नमस्कार नमस्कार ये नमस्कार सॉरी कह रहे बैच लगाने से चाय पिए आप ऊपर मांग लेंगे
अगर आपको कोई दिक्कत नहीं है
हेलो सर। हाँ मैंने इसलिए फ़ोन किया था कि जितू भैया IT वाले कह रहे थे कि सर ने बोला था वीडियोग्राफी करना था, फ़ोटो अपने कुछ लेना नहीं, इसलिए मैंने कॉल करके पूछने वाला था। सर से बात हो गई हेमंत सर से। हेमंत सर ने उन्होंने कहा कि तुम वीडियो पे ही खड़े रहना और लाइव फ़ोटो नहीं लेना, इसलिए। हाँ हाँ उन्होंने कर ली ना जितू भैया ने। ठीक है। चल रहा है ना, एक बार देख लो।
सीमा पहचाना बिल्कुल सीमा और एक बार बीच में वीडियो भी ऐसे ही हाँ मैं ना ले लूँ फिर आप मुझे कॉल करके दे दो क्योंकि मैं भी सेव कर दूँ चलो या लंच टाइम में ले लेंगे अभी तो पूरा
रास्ता भी नहीं मालूम
हेलो 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 हाँ चल रहा है ठीक है अब कॉलेज में हाँ अच्छा ठीक है नहीं हाँ वो कर देंगे ना ऐसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं
90th of the phone was to work hello, spin was hello.
हेलो हेलो, आवाज़ आ रही है?
हेलो 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 हेलो, अली सर, हेलो 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 हेलो, ब्लिंक नहीं हो रहा है। हेलो 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 हेलो। अरे
लाइट पे चल रहा है ना?
लाइव चलने से क्या आवाज भी जानी चाहिए ना?
यार
बिना आवाज ऐसे काम होगा भाई?
आवाज़ आ रही है, सर निकाल ये चल रहा है तो आवाज़ आ रही है।
कौन सा?
ये दो लाइन निकाल दो।
हेलो हेलो हेलो, वहाँ नहीं जा रही ना, लैपटॉप में आउटपुट नहीं आ रहा है इसका।
सर आएगा लैपटॉप आउट?
सीखा रास्ते कुछ हाँ इधर तक आपने सीखे हुए याद बहुत
हेलो हेलो हेलो
ट्राइपॉड लग सकता है आपने ट्राइपॉड मंगाया है दो कैमरे होते हैं वो क्या इन्होंने मैंने बोला ही नहीं ऐसे ऐसे कितना टाइम हो गया हाँ क्या हुआ सर
वीडियो और ऑडियो दोनों तेरे कैमरे से ही जा रहा है।
सर यहाँ चल रहा है इससे
अरे जा रहा है, मेरी बात तो सुन ले पहले मेरे भाई। वीडियो और ऑडियो दोनों तेरे कैमरे से जाएगा तो यहाँ पे ज़्यादा आवाज़ नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ मैं। ठीक है,
वहाँ आवाज़ आ रही है ना
वहाँ आवाज़ आ रही है, लाइव पे भी आवाज़ आ रही है, पर ऑडियो और वीडियो दोनों तेरे कैमरे से जाएगा तो तेरे आसपास आवाज़ नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये विशेष ध्यान रखना। नहीं तो सब पब्लिक की आवाज़ मिक्स हो जाएगी, वो जो स्पीकर क्या करेगा वो आवाज़ नहीं आएगी या कुछ मिक्सअप हो जाएगा। समझ में आया ना? तो थोड़ा सा इस चीज़ को फोकस रखना।
बोटरा मंगा दिए और लाइट हाँ ये सब लगा दूँगा उधर जगह पे किसी ने मेरा लाइटिंग तो सही है अभी कैसे होगा अभी सही है अभी पर्सन आएगा लगता पड़ेगा जाओ ले मैं जा रहा हूँ देखना मैं कैसा लग रहा हूँ हाँ नहीं हटेंगे
वैसे तो अच्छा है।
नहीं हाँ तो वहाँ भी देखिए
अच्छा, आपको रूम
ऐसे दिन मेरा इतना शौक है ये
हाँ तो लाइट चाहिए, लाइट लाइट चाहिए। अब आपके अंदर आई एस वाली वो लाइट मारेगी ना, चेहरे चेहरे दिखने चाहिए ना। इतना ये तो एक हेल्पर आ रहा है सही में
लेने पड़ेंगे हाँ लेने पड़ेंगे भूल मत जाना यूज आएंगे तो भी ना मेरे लिए खत्म
Good morning, everybody. Honorable guests on the dais, off the dais, speakers, faculty members, students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome you all to the inaugural session of National Seminar on Women Empowerment and Entrepreneurship Development in Science and Technology Intervention. It is being jointly organized by National Academy of Sciences India with its Rajasthan chapter and Pacific Academy of Higher Education and Research University in Udaipur. To begin with, I request all the guests on dais to kindly light the lamp before Goddess Saraswati for her grace and seeking her blessings for the success of the event. Honorable guests, please.
या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणां पुस्तकधारिणीं अभयदाम् हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीम्।
अरे एक रुकना क्या मुझे व्यक्ति के साथ मुझे बोला
Dear friends, we have with us respected and eminent guest, Padam Shri Professor Balram Bhargav, as chief guest to inaugurate this seminar. I would request Professor K.K. Dave, Honorable President of the University, to kindly welcome him for his gracious presence here on this occasion. We are extremely happy that Mrs. Sunita Bhargav, wife of Professor Balram Bhargav, is also amongst us. I request Dr. Rakhi Mehta to welcome her on this occasion. We are fortunate to have another eminent dignitary with us, Padam Bhushan, Dr. Mrs. Manju Sharma, former Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, New Delhi, and currently Chairperson, New Initiative NASI, who is chairing this session. I have the privilege of welcoming her on the behalf of the organizing committee. It is our proud privilege that Professor H.N. Verma, Pro-Chancellor, Jaipur National University, Jaipur, and President NASI Rajasthan chapter is amongst us in this event. I request Professor Hemant Kothari to welcome Professor Verma, who has graced this occasion by his benign presence. We are equally delighted to have with us Professor L.K. Lohia, an eminent professor of zoology, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, and Secretary NASI Rajasthan chapter. I request Professor Dilendra Hiran to welcome Professor Lohia in this function. It is our great honor that we have with us Professor B.B. Sharma, Group President, Pacific Institutions. I request Professor Hemant Kothari to welcome him. The organizing committee feels proud in having with us Professor K.K. Dave, President of Pacific University, as the guest of honor. I will take the privilege of welcoming him. Now I would request Professor Hemant Kothari, Dean of the Postgraduate Studies and the member of our advisory committee, to present his welcome address. Professor Kothari, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Rohit. A very good morning to one and all present in this hall. Women empowerment and entrepreneurship development with science and technology intervention की इस 2 दिवसीय संगोष्ठी जो कि नासी एवं पैसिफिक यूनिवर्सिटी द्वारा आयोजित की जा रही है, आप सभी का उसमें स्वागत। हमारे लिए अत्यंत सौभाग्य की बात है कि आज हमारे बीच पद्म भूषण एवं कार्यक्रम के अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर मंजू शर्मा और पद्मश्री से सुशोभित हमारे मुख्य अतिथि प्रोफेसर बलराम भार्गव जी उपस्थित हैं। मैं आपका तहे दिल से स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करता हूँ। यूनेस्को MGEIP एशिया पैसिफिक रीजन के चेयरमैन एवं आज के कार्यक्रम के गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर आदरणीय बीपी शर्मा जी का, प्रोफेसर NK लोहिया, साइंटिस्ट एंड सेक्रेटरी नासी राजस्थान, प्रोफेसर HN वर्मा, Pro Chancellor, Jaipur National University, Jaipur, Professor K. Dave, Vice Chancellor, Pacific University, एवं प्रोफेसर S.D. पुरोहित, फॉर्मर हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बॉटनी, MLSC उदयपुर। आप सभी का पैसिफिक प्रांगण में हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन। स्वागत के इसी क्रम में मैं पैसिफिक विश्वविद्यालय के सभी हेड्स ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट्स का, सभी एमिनेंट इनवाइटेड स्पीकर्स, सेशन चेयर्स, विभिन्न संस्थानों से पधारे हुए फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स एवं स्टूडेंट्स का भी कार्यक्रम में हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। मैं अपनी जिम्मेदारी समझता हूं कि आप सभी को पैसिफिक विश्वविद्यालय से संक्षिप्त परिचय कराऊं। पैसिफिक समूह की स्थापना सन 1997 में हुई थी। पिछले 26 वर्षों से पैसिफिक निरंतर सुदृढ़ वृद्धि करते हुए विभिन्न शाखाओं से संबंधित 21 से अधिक इंस्टीट्यूशन की स्थापना कर चुका है। बहुविषयक उच्च शिक्षा में अपना योगदान कई क्षेत्रों जैसे इंजीनियरिंग, मैनेजमेंट, कॉमर्स, साइंस, डेंटिस्ट्री, फार्मेसी, एजुकेशन, फिजिकल एजुकेशन, आर्ट्स, कंप्यूटर साइंस, फाइन आर्ट्स, फैशन डिजाइन, योगा, फायर एंड सेफ्टी आदि में दे रहा है। साथ ही संबंधित विषयों में PhD भी कराई जाती है। गुणवत्ता युक्त शोध कार्यों एवं शोध पत्रों से विश्वविद्यालय का काफी नाम रोशन हुआ है। विश्वविद्यालय ने हाल ही में फार्मेसी एवं कंप्यूटर के क्षेत्र में पेटेंट भी प्राप्त किए हैं और कुछ कॉपीराइट्स भी हमें मिले हैं। आज विश्वविद्यालय के शोधकर्ता नए नए विषयों पर जैसे हाइड्रोजन प्रोडक्शन, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, क्वांटम डॉट्स, रोबोटिक्स, टारगेट ड्रग डिलीवरी, नैनो पार्टिकल्स इत्यादि पर डॉक्टर रिसर्च वर्क कर रहे हैं। साथियों, विज्ञान एवं तकनीक के इस युग में आज सभी की नजर भारत के यूथ पर है, जो विज्ञान एवं नई नई तकनीकों को आसानी से समझते भी हैं और इसके अनुप्रयोग में रुचि भी रखते हैं। आज के बदलते हुए सामाजिक परिवेश में महिलाओं की भूमिका भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। वे दोहरी भूमिका पूरी जिम्मेदारी से और अपनी क्षमता से निभा रही हैं। उनके विभिन्न कार्यों में विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी के अनुप्रयोगों के समावेश से स्वरोजगार, उद्यमशीलता के साथ जीवन की गुणवत्ता में वृद्धि होगी। साथियों, विज्ञान एवं तकनीक के समावेश का उत्तम उदाहरण वैश्विक महामारी कोविड के दौरान देखने को मिला, जहां स्वास्थ्य के लिए डिजिटल इंजीनियरिंग के अनुप्रयोगों के महत्व ने स्वास्थ्य प्रणाली को मजबूत करने, बीमारी को रोकने, वैक्सीन को बनाने एवं वैश्विक, राष्ट्रीय, उपराष्ट्रीय स्तर पर सेवाएं वितरण प्रणाली को मजबूत बनाया। इस दौरान आधुनिक तकनीकों जैसे इंटरनेट ऑफ मेडिकल थिंग्स, ड्रोन्स, रोबोट्स, UVs, GPS, AVs आदि का अनुप्रयोग बहुत ही सराहनीय रहा। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि सभी सहभागियों के लिए यह सेमिनार निश्चित रूप से लाभप्रद रहेगा, क्योंकि आप चाहे किसी भी क्षेत्र एवं उद्यम से संबंधित हो, आप यहाँ नेतृत्व एवं उद्यमिता कुशलता सीखेंगे। आप विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी के अनुप्रयोग द्वारा कार्यों को आसान बनाने तथा नए एवं उचित तरीके से करने सीखेंगे, जिससे आय में वृद्धि होगी, स्वयं का विकास होगा, स्वयं उचित निर्णय लेने की क्षमता में वृद्धि होगी, जिससे महिलाएं सशक्त होंगी और अपने आत्मसम्मान को बनाए रखते हुए अपने हितों की रक्षा कर पाएंगी। अंत में मैं नासी का धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि उन्होंने पैसिफिक विश्वविद्यालय पर अपना विश्वास रखते हुए इस कार्यक्रम को यहाँ आयोजित करने की सहमति प्रदान की। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Now I would Professor Anke Lohia sir, Secretary NASI Rajasthan Sector, to brief our audience about the aims and objectives of this seminar.
नमस्कार। आप लोगों को ग्लिम्सेज मिल गई about Pacific University and about very distinguished scientists from various premier institutions who will be delivering lectures. पहले मैं चाहूँगा पैसिफिक यूनिवर्सिटी का आभार व्यक्त करना कि नासी राजस्थान चैप्टर along with NASI feels proud to have association with Pacific University. क्योंकि समय अवधि है तो सारे जो भी हमारे डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट हैं उनके बारे में बताया गया। मैं ब्रीफ में जो किस तरह से आज के इवेंट को इनिशिएशन मिला उसके बारे में बताऊंगा। दिस इज द ब्रेन चाइल्ड ऑफ नन अदर देन मोस्ट रेस्पेक्टेड डॉक्टर मंजू शर्मा मैडम। It started with a communication that why not Rajasthan chapter of NASI should hold some event where the women empowerment and entrepreneurship can be addressed. And with her initiative, Rajasthan chapter took up the task in collaboration with Pacific University, and you can see the outcome of this effort today. I hope that everybody now by the time aware about what NASI is, National Academy of Sciences, India. It is the oldest science academy. मैं खास तौर से उन मेरे young scholars और students को शेयर करना चाहूँगा कि it is a very prestigious academy of our country, which was established as long 1930. And all the time, very distinguished scientists of the country headed as the president of the academy and immensely contributed in strengthening the NASI. And NASI decided that we should have various chapters in different states of the country, and today we have 22 such chapters around the country. And each of these chapters is contributing immensely to meet the mandate of NASI. What is the mandate? Basically, the science and society. And science and society has been the focus for Rajasthan chapter as well. So the Rajasthan chapter is one of the 22 chapters of the country and very actively involved in pursuing to meet the mandate of NASI. क्योंकि आज एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है और मुझे जानकारी है कि बहुत सारे लोगों को ये जानकारी नहीं होगी कि किस तरह से राजस्थान चैप्टर नासी मैंडेट को मीट करने के लिए कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है। जो साइंस एंड सोसाइटी का जो प्लेटफॉर्म है उसके पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से राजस्थान चैप्टर ओवर द ईयर हैज बीन एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्वड in organizing various very popular lectures about various priority issues, priority science issues, priority health issues, and to provide awareness to public. The NASI chapter has also immensely contributed during COVID, where people were not aware how serious is the problem, and we have amongst us Dr. Kiran Katoj Madam, who took up so seriously that visiting various villages and educating people, making them aware and ensuring that they all opt for going for vaccination for COVID. That has prevented many people from going to death. We have amongst us Rajasthan chapter से बहुत सारे ऐसे diamonds हैं जिनकी थोड़ी थोड़ी झलक मैं देना चाहूंगा आज समय की अवधि में। मैं स्टार्ट करता हूं, जब आपको जानकर आश्चर्य भी होगा और अच्छा भी लगेगा। We have amongst the audience one such lady who has represented our country at international forum, and you would be very pleased that United Nations invited her that whatever you are doing, why should you not be part of at the UN level? And none other than Dr. Sudipti Arora. I would like her to stand up and say that amongst few such selected scientists from all over the world. She was the one who representing NASI Rajasthan chapter and participated in New York in UN meetings. And this is very important aspect that water conservation, water storage, realizing the importance of water and how and in what manner effort could be made, where she has conducted surveys all over the country, where inviting proposals, inviting suggestions and passing them on to UN. Thank you so much. We have amongst another jewel, and you see that importance of the safe drinking water is very important. And none other than we have Sufia Khan, and Sufia stand up, and she is the one who is making consistent effort in ensuring that where there is a fluoridated water or fluoride contaminated water, what efforts should be made to purify it at a very affordable cost, and she is making best effort to see that it should be available to the public. Thank you, Sufia, for being a part of the NASI Rajasthan. Amongst us, we have today, probably you might have come to know that there was a new male contraceptive has come up, and this news was a national news, and we have Professor V.M. Katosa, and Katosa was the DG and Secretary DHR, and immensely helped in promoting RISU, reversible inhibition of sperm under guidelines. And this has come as a news today and a few days before. And I am very proud to share with you that our group has definitely contributed in success of conducting phase 3 clinical trials, and now it is struggling to be approved for mass application at the national level. And we are getting several mails from different parts of the world, from US, from Germany, from different parts, and they are opting that if possible, we would like to go for RISU injection. And we feel that it would be possible only when we get approval from BCGI, and our country first say mass application and implementation is possible at our level. We have, and this is being contributed where we have Professor Ansari and Dr. Barkha, and they have also been a part of the efforts which are ongoing and we are making. I would say that NASI Rajasthan chapter is the platform where we would wish that all young people who would like that they should use the platform. All of them are most welcome. They are welcome to initiate any activity. They are welcome to be part of the activities of the NASI, and we hope that yes, this will be a true effort of the NASI Rajasthan chapter. You will be very pleased to know that there is a person who is not only known throughout the country, he is known world over. And what he does is, he has made immense contribution, but he is making the snake bite free India. And is none other than Professor K.K. Sharma. He is and untiring effort. And if you look into his outcome of effort, you will find he has saved life of hundreds, thousands of people, and educating and training, providing training to many people so that they should not be afraid of looking at the snake. सांप देखते ही पसीना आ जाता, पर आपको ये पता नहीं कि हर एक सांप तो पॉइजनस नहीं होता, पर इसकी जानकारी भी जरूरी है, और अगर हो तो उसको कैसे आप हैंडल करें, इसके लिए आपने एक बहुत बड़ा at national level he ensure that people should know about it, and they say he is making snakes and human friendly relationship. We have many such jewels in Rajasthan chapter. समय की अवधि हमें दूर करेगा न बोलूं, पर मैं ये जरूर कहना चाहूँगा और खास तौर से मैडम मंजू शर्मा मैडम से कि जो इनका डिवोशन है, जो इनका कमिटमेंट है और जिस तरह से आल्सो प्रोफेसर बलराम भागवत साहब से कि जिस तरह से ये चाहते हैं कि नासी एक अपनी विजिबिलिटी और अपना मैंडेट फुलफिल करे, हम केवल इतना सा कह सकते हैं विद द कोऑपरेशन ऑफ ऑल आवर वेरी एस्टीम्ड सीनियर कलीग्स and very young promising scientists, they are making best efforts to see that we contribute a bit in the NASI success mandate. And with this, before I end, and we see on the dais very distinguished people from Pacific University. I would like that we would put it on record that the NASI and NASI Rajasthan chapter is indebtable to Pacific University for providing this platform where the recommendations of the 2 days deliberations will come in the form of a report, and this report will go to NASI headquarters and then to the DBT, and it will be a national document. Thank you so much for giving me a question.
I would now request Professor B.P. Sharma to kindly deliver his formal address on this occasion.
Honorable Padma Shri Professor Balram Ji Bhargav, Honorable Padma Bhushan, respected Manju Ji Sharma, respected H.N. Verma Sahab, Professor N.K. Lohiya, Professor S.D. Purohit, University's President Professor K.K. Dave, Dean PG Studies Professor Hemant Kothari, all the deans, directors, invited guests, esteemed delegates, school principals, and dear students. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Pacific Group of Universities. In the group, we have 3 universities and almost 30 plus colleges spread across Rajasthan and Gujarat. It is again, I think the topic is often very rare to see. We see seminars on women empowerment, we see seminars on entrepreneurship among women, but it has been very nicely clubbed. And women have been at the zenith of our culture since time immemorial. मुझे केवल एक रामायण की चौपाई याद आती है जब भगवान राम को वनवास दे दिया जाता है, वो कौशल्या जी से मिलने जाते हैं, तो कहती है, वो कहते हैं कि मुझे पिता ने वन का राज्य दिया, पितु दीन मोहि कानन राज। वो कहती है कि जो पितु कहो बनु जाना, तो जनी जाहु जानी बड़ी माता। जो पिता ने वन जाने के लिए कहा मत जाओ, माता बड़ी होती है, मैं कहती हूँ तुम रुक जाओ। जो पितु मातु कहो बन जाना, अगर कैकेयी और दशरथ दोनों ने कहा है कि वन जाओ, तो वन सत अवध समाना, फॉरेस्ट जो है सो अयोध्या के समान है। It means the women had been at the zenith of our culture. Even when we see that in Rigveda we find women warriors, probably somebody has heard about Vishpala or not. Vishpala was a warrior. She participated in a battle. Her leg was cut off in the battle. She came back and an iron leg was installed. Ayas ka पैर उसमें लगाया, ऋग्वेद में there is a full reference. And she went back in the fight and she won the fight. I think it must be a postal link with the Internet of Things, so it must be moving. Otherwise, how could she re-enter the battlefield and could win? So actually, in our contemporary literature, we have ignored the Gurukuls being run by the women. And the professors there, आचार्य जिसको वो ब्रह्मवादिनी कहलाती थी, बहुवची होती थी, सद्योद्वाहा होती थी, सद्योद्वाहा के गुरुकुल अलग होते थे, बहुवची के गुरुकुल अलग होते थे, ब्रह्मवादिनी के अलग होते थे. And just I would also mention one thing. I think the most referred debate is between Adi Shankaracharya and Mandan Mishra. And there was no arbitrator or umpire to decide. And Bharti, Brahmavadini, who was wife of Mandan Mishra, one of the contestants, आज हम कहते हैं that relative में you cannot. She was made the umpire. Condition was that if Mandan Mishra would win, then Shankaracharya would become his slave or his disciple. And if Shankaracharya would win, then Mandan Mishra shall have to renounce his family and he will become a sage. उसको संन्यास लेना पड़ेगा, शंकराचार्य का शिष्य बनना पड़ेगा. And Bharti decided very honestly. So actually in India, there had been zenith of women. Now when we talk of entrepreneurship, I'm reminded of Kiran Majumdar-Shah, the richest lady of India. When she was a young girl having a doctorate degree, and when she established this Biocom, a biopharmaceutical research firm, she went approached several banks. Banks से कहा, गुड़िया, तुम्हारे पास एक किराए का गैराज है और 10,000 रुपए हैं. हम किस बेसिस पे तुमको लोन दें? She was denied bank finance, but she continued to do research on biopharmaceuticals, and ultimately. Biocon, when public issue of Biocon was brought, it was oversubscribed 30 times. जितने शेयर बेचते थे उसको बेचने थे उसकी 30 गुनी applications आई. And today she is owning the largest biopharmaceuticals company of country and 5th largest biopharmaceuticals company of the world. And she has been exporting her life-saving drugs, vaccines and blood cancer drugs, etc., to almost 109 countries. And I love to give the example of Kiran Majumdar-Shah not because of her. No, the kind of motivating personality I see in her. When Kiranji lost her father, her mother was 64 years old, Yamini Majumdar. हमारे यहाँ तो 64 साल के आयु में 60 साल में आदमी रिटायर होकर घर बैठ जाता है. She encouraged her mother, Kiran Majumdar-Shah. Mother, why don't you do something of your own? Now father is also not there and you are alone. She was also such a self-respected person. Kiranji could feed her well. She motivated her to set up her own venture. Now, out of her pride, she also did not borrow a single rupee from her daughter. She mortgaged the house of her husband. अपने पति का मकान गिरवी रखा, पति के shares थे उनको बेचा, and she collected that wealth. And then she established her venture. And up to the age of 90, from the age of 64 up to the age of 90, Yamini Majumdar ran her enterprise. अभी उनकी डेथ हो गई है. 4 साल पहले एक इंटरव्यू में उनसे पत्रकार ने पूछ लिया, बहन जी अब तो आपकी इतनी आयु हो गई है, अब तो आप रेस्ट करिए. उन्होंने कहा नहीं, अभी आई एम फिट, आई एम वॉकिंग विदाउट रिस्ट्रिक्ट. 88 इयर्स की एज में शी वाज टॉकिंग विद कॉन्फिडेंस, आई एम हैविंग 150 executives and employees, so their families are being run from my enterprise. Why should I close my enterprise? Now look, in India, women have shown their power in every respect. I will not be going to much other details. Just I have given a glimpse of what had been the zenith of women in India. And today also we see that Kiranji has struggled without bank finance, and today she is having the 5th largest biopharmaceuticals company, and she also motivated her mother and to set up her own venture. So I am also given 5 minutes, so my 5 minutes are over. And once again, I compliment and congratulate that all of the women sitting here, girl students sitting here, they also shine like Karanji Majumdar or like Bharti. So I convey my best compliments to all of you. Thank you.
I now request Professor K.K. Dave to deliver his welcome address. Professor Dave, please.
Thank you so much, Professor S.T. Purohit sir. Honorable Chief Guest of the program, Padma Shri Professor Balram Bhargav. The guest of honor, Padma Shri Professor Manju Sharma ji. Respected Honorable Group President Professor P.P. Sharma sir. Professor H.N. Verma sir, Pro-Chancellor Jaipur National University and the Chairman of NASI Rajasthan chapter, Professor N.K. Lohia sir, Emeritus Professor and NASI Senior Scientist and Secretary, Professor S.T. Purohit sir, Professor Hemant Kothari sir, respected dignitaries, all scientists, dean directors, dear students and participants. Normally, entrepreneurship development का जब टॉपिक आता है, तो नॉर्मली मैनेजमेंट और उसके फील्ड से रिलेटेड होता है, कॉमर्स एक्टिविटी से रिलेटेड। जब मुझे पता चला कि नासी ने एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट के लिए और एम्पावरमेंट और वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के लिए ये टॉपिक रखा और थ्रू साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, तो साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के बिना तो क्या संभव है, कुछ भी संभव नहीं। बिकॉज ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी आज हम लोगों की लाइफ बहुत इजी हो गई है। अब हम एक दूसरे से कम्युनिकेट कर पा रहे हैं तो बिकॉज ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी। लेकिन यस, जैसे सर ने कहा, बीपी शर्मा साहब ने कहा, और इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टास्क कि बीपी शर्मा साहब के बाद में जो किसी को बोलने का मौका मिलता है तो वो एक थोड़ा सा कह सकते हैं कि जिस फ्लो में सर ने जो टारगेट सेट किया होता है वो कहीं ना कहीं हम लोगों की भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि उस फ्लो को बनाए रखें, एंड वो बहुत डिफिकल्ट टास्क होता है। लेकिन मैं आपको ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये बहुत अच्छा विजन लेके चले हैं और पैसिफिक को एक मौका मिला कि इस पर कुछ डिस्कशन किया जाए, इस पर कुछ चर्चा की जाए। वैसे हमें पता है कि आज एक सबसे बड़ी सुखद बात ये है कि साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के पार्ट में या साइंस वर्ल्ड वाइड देखा जाए तो जो जेंडर गैप है वो अगर फीमेल का कंट्रीब्यूशन कहा जाए तो 48% है वर्ल्ड वाइड साइंस के अंदर फीमेल का कंट्रीब्यूशन, जो कि करीब करीब ऑलमोस्ट इक्वल है। तो एक बहुत बड़ी बात है हम सब लोगों के लिए कि वहां पर फीमेल का रिप्रेजेंटेशन साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी वर्ल्ड वाइड साइंस के अंदर है। लेकिन अगर दूसरे पार्ट में देखे जाए, दूसरे पार्ट में अगर मैं बात करूं कि डिजिटाइजेशन या डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी पे देखे जाए तो डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी में आज भी 17% का गैप है फीमेल और मेल के बीच, और वो 17% का गैप जो है वो हम ऐसे ऑर्गेनाइज करके, ऐसे इवेंट को ऑर्गेनाइज करके उस 17% के गैप को कम कर सकते हैं। और ये शायद आज सबसे बड़ा रिलेवेंट टॉपिक होगा कि जहां पर हम फीमेल के लिए उनके एम्पावरमेंट के लिए डिस्कशंस कर रहे हैं। और इंडिया के अंदर जैसे सर ने कहा कि हम लोग एंशिएंट टाइम से ये बहुत बड़ा रेस्पेक्ट और रिगार्ड्स है, लेकिन स्टिल अभी अगर मान लो मैं रिपोर्ट की बात करूं तो अभी नोबेल प्राइज विनर गोल्डविन की बात करें, जो इकोनॉमिक्स में गोल्डविन ने नोबेल प्राइज लिया है, उसमें इन्होंने यही कहा है कि 1930 में जहां अमेरिका में 25% एम्प्लॉयमेंट था वुमेन के लिए, आज वो कंडीशन इंडिया की है। आप सोच सकते हैं कि 1930 और 2030 में हम लोग 100 साल अमेरिका से पीछे हैं, और आज अमेरिका के अंदर बहुत ज्यादा रिप्रेजेंटेशन है फीमेल का, वाइल इंडिया के अंदर 30% है। और एम्प्लॉयमेंट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से बात करें तो उस चीज को भी हमें ध्यान रखना है। हम लोग जरूर वर्ल्ड की थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी हो जाएंगे बहुत जल्दी, और उसके अंदर जो उनका भी, जो गवर्नमेंट का भी और गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज भी हैं, उसके अंदर भी उनका यही सोचना है कि वुमेन का कंट्रीब्यूशन या फीमेल का कंट्रीब्यूशन जितना होगा उसी के सहारे पे हम लोग आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। और मुझे लगता है कि ये राइट टॉपिक है, राइट जो चीजें निकल के इसमें से आएगी 2 दिन की डिस्कशन से, वो चीज जैसे लोहिया साहब ने कहा कि हम लोग पूरी रिपोर्ट बनाकर उसको आगे फॉरवर्ड करेंगे। मुझे लगता है कि ये राइट टाइम है, क्योंकि जहां पर सब चर्चा यही चल रही है कि हम 3rd लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी कैसे बने, हम लोगों का फीमेल का ज्यादा से ज्यादा कंट्रीब्यूशन कैसे बढ़े। और अगर इस तरह की सेमिनार और इस तरह की कॉन्फ्रेंसेस का अगर इस जगह पे ऐसे वातावरण के अंदर जब जहाँ पे हम लोग ज्यादा डिस्कस कर सकते हैं इन सब चीजों पे और पॉलिसी मैटर पे डिस्कशंस होता है, तो ये बहुत रिलेवेंस हो जाता है ऐसे कॉन्फ्रेंसेस का। और मुझे लगता है ये राइट टाइम पे रिलेवेंस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से सही जगह पे किया जा रहा वर्कशॉप है, सेमिनार है, कॉन्फ्रेंस है। और हम सब लोगों को जब 2 दिन के मंथन से जो चीजें निकल के आएगी वो शायद हम लोग आगे उसको पॉलिसी मेकिंग के लिए भेजेंगे और वहां से कुछ चीजें और निकल के सामने आएगी जो हम सब लोगों के लिए यूजफुल रहेगी। जैसे आप सभी जानते हैं कि एक बड़ा डिस्कशन का पॉइंट है, लेकिन ये बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है कि इसके लिए क्या सॉल्यूशन और हो सकते हैं। जैसे गोल्डविन इकोनॉमिक्स के अंदर जब वो मैंने उसको थोड़ा सा उसके पेपर्स को कुछ स्टडी किया तो उसमें बताया गया है कि 2 चीजें जो महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ाने में बहुत हेल्पफुल रह रही हैं, वो ये है कि इंडिया के अंदर, हालांकि बहुत डिबेटेबल है, डिस्कशन का वाला पॉइंट है इंडिया में, लेकिन ये कहा जा रहा है कि एक डिवोर्स रेट जो है अमेरिका के अंदर वो ज्यादा है और एक ओरल पिल्स वो कहीं ना कहीं महिलाओं को फ्रीडम दे रही है आगे एम्पावरमेंट के लिए। ये गोल्डविन का अपना डिस्कशंस है, लेकिन कहीं पता नहीं, शायद हमारा अपने कल्चरल वैल्यूज अलग है, इंडिया अपना अलग तरह से सोचता है, अपने सोसाइटल एस्पेक्ट्स अलग है, तो वो अपने को सोचना है। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं हमें ऐसे चीजों पे भी डिस्कशन करना ज्यादा जरूरी है कि क्या हम हमारी ग्रोथ को, महिलाओं की ग्रोथ को और कैसे आगे बढ़ाया जाए। और ये राइट टाइम पर सही निर्णय है कि हम लोग इस पे डिस्कशंस कर रहे हैं, जो कि आगे जाके बहुत हेल्पफुल रहेगा। मैं बहुत सारी बधाइयां देना चाहूंगा आप सभी ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को जिन्होंने इस प्लेटफॉर्म को चुना, स्पेशली एसटी प्रोई साहब को, लोहिया साहब को, वर्मा साहब को, कि उनके इस एफर्ट से आज हम देख सकते हैं कि बहुत सारे रिनाउंड साइंटिस्ट, भार्गव साहब का और मंजू मैम का यहाँ आना इटसेल्फ भी हम सभी लोगों की बड़े गौरव का मोमेंट है, गौरव के क्षण है। और हम आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। जैसे मैं भी एक्नॉलेज करना चाहूंगा सुदीप्ति जी का, सोफिया मैडम का, और डीके शर्मा साहब का, प्रोफेसर अंसारी साहब का, और सारे लोगों का जिन्होंने सोसाइटी के लिए बहुत कंट्रीब्यूट किया है। और होपफुली आप सब बधाई के पात्र भी हैं और हमारी तरफ से बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं भी आपको कि ऐसे ही हम लोग सब मिलके काम करते रहेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
I would now request Professor H.L. Verma, President NASI Rajasthan chapter, to present his views and observations on the significance of the seminar.
Thank you, Dr. Purohit. आदरणीय डॉक्टर मंजू शर्मा जी, आदरणीय प्रोफेसर भार्गव, प्रोफेसर शर्मा, प्रोफेसर दवे, प्रोफेसर लोहिया, प्रोफेसर पुरोहित जी, और हमारे नासी चैप्टर के कर्ता सूत्रधार मार्गदर्शक प्रोफेसर कटोच सर। आपने जैसा प्रोफेसर लोहिया साहब ने बताया कि किस तरह से राजस्थान नासी चैप्टर एक योजनाबद्ध तरीके से कार्य कर रहा है कि किस तरह से हम साइंस को सोसाइटी तक ले जाएं और इस दिशा में हम काफी सफल भी हुए हैं। और जैसा उन्होंने बताया कि हमारी इस नासी चैप्टर में कुछ हमारी जो जिस उद्देश्य से आज ये हम काम कर रहे हैं, इस सेमिनार कर रहे हैं वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के लिए, तो आपने देखा कि हमारे चैप्टर में भी 2-3 वीमेन हैं जो बहुत एक्टिव हैं। तो उन्होंने नासी चैप्टर का काफी कीर्तिमान स्थापित किया है। मैं समझता हूँ कि वीमेन एम्पावरमेंट के बारे में तो काफी लोग पहले बोल चुके हैं, तो उसको ज्यादा उस पर कुछ नहीं कहना चाहूँगा। लेकिन ये जरूर कहूँगा कि जिस तरह से आजकल गवर्नमेंट की एफर्ट है कि किस तरह से हम वीमेन को एम्पावर करें, साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में जो लेटेस्ट डेवलपमेंट्स हो रहे हैं उनको किस तरह से उनके पास पहुंचाएं, इस दिशा में नासी चैप्टर को कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स भी सैंक्शन किए थे। उसमें हम लोगों ने 2 एरिया थे, जयपुर के बस्सी का एरिया था, एक आमेर का एरिया था, जहाँ पे वीमेन एम्पावरमेंट को लेकर के कार्य किया और उसका काफी सफलता भी मिली। हमारा कार्य ज्यादातर कृषि क्षेत्र में था, क्योंकि महिलाएं जो है कृषि क्षेत्र में उनका काफी योगदान रहता है, और उनको अगर हम किसी तरह से अवेयर कर सकें न्यूट्रिशन के बारे में, एग्रीकल्चरल प्रैक्टिसेस के बारे में, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि काफी कुछ हम अपने उद्देश्य में सफल हो सकते हैं। तो ये जो नासी चैप्टर है और नासी का जो उद्देश्य है कि हम किस तरह से साइंस को सोसाइटी तक ले जाएं, सोसाइटी में भी ज्यादा फोकस रहता है कि किस तरह से हम वीमेन तक ले जाएं, और खासतौर से जो विलेजेस की वीमेन है जिनको की ज्यादा एक्सपोजर नहीं होता है, वहां तक हम कैसे पहुंच पाए। तो इसमें मैंने देखा किरण मैडम का एक प्रोजेक्ट था जिसमें उन्होंने, किरण कटोच मैडम का, जिसमें उन्होंने कई विलेजेस में जाकर के अवेयरनेस अबाउट दी वैक्सीन्स, कोविड वैक्सीन्स के बारे में एफर्ट की थी। उसी तरह से हमारे विश्वविद्यालय ने भी, जयपुर नेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी ने कोविड में एक अपना सेंटर खोला था, और आपको ये जान करके बड़ी खुशी होगी कि उस कोविड सेंटर में कोई भी जो मरीज आया किसी को कभी वापस नहीं किया गया, और 90%, मोर देन 90% लोग ठीक होकर के गए। तो इस तरह से हम लोग का एफर्ट ये रहता है कि किस तरह से हम सोसाइटी में लोगों की सेवा कर सकें, और खासतौर से वीमेन को किस तरह से हम जो लेटेस्ट हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी हैं जिसका उपयोग करके उनको कुछ फायदा हो सकता है, उनके परिवार को फायदा हो सकता है। खासतौर से हम लोगों ने वर्मी कंपोस्ट के बारे में उनको ज्ञान दिया, जिससे वो लोग शुरू किया। कुछ न्यूट्रिशनल पौधे उनको दिए जिससे वो अपने किचन गार्डन में उनको डेवलप कर सकें। तो इस तरह के बहुत से कार्य हैं जो कि हम कर सकते हैं, छोटे छोटे कार्य जिसको हम कर सकते हैं। बड़े कार्यों में मैं देखते ही हूँ कि बहुत सी आजकल वीमेन जो है इन्वॉल्व हैं साइंस में, हर क्षेत्र में वो बहुत आगे काम कर रही हैं। इसलिए ये जो उद्देश्य हम, जिस उद्देश्य से हमने आज ये यहाँ पे 2 दिवसीय कार्यगोष्ठी रखी है, उसमें मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जो हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स आए हैं, जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं डिफरेंट फील्ड्स के, जब उनके डेलिब्रेशंस होंगे तो आप उसका जरूर लाभ लेंगे। इस क्षेत्र में रखने का ये हमें सौभाग्य रोहित जी की वजह से मिला, क्योंकि हम चाहते थे, हमारा उद्देश्य था कि जो ऐसी वीमेन हैं जो कि कार्य कर रही हैं, लेकिन उनको साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के इंटरवेंशन से अगर उनके कार्य में हम उनको और आगे बढ़ा सकें, खासतौर से जो बैकवर्ड एरियाज के लोग हैं उसके लिए हम चाहेंगे कि ये गोष्ठी जो हमने आयोजित की है उससे वो जितना लाभ ले सकें, क्योंकि यहाँ आज बहुत से एक्सपर्ट आए हुए हैं डिफरेंट फील्ड्स के, तो उनसे वो इंटरेक्ट कर सकती हैं, उनसे बातचीत कर सकती हैं। मैं इसीलिए हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ कि आप लोग इससे समझ सकें और पूरा लाभ ले सकें इस जो हमारा कार्यक्रम है। मुझे बहुत हर्ष है कि कई वीमेन कल इंटरेक्शन करेंगी इस एरिया की जो अपने घर से कुछ काम कर रही हैं, और एक हमने संगोष्ठी भी रखी है, डिस्कशन भी रखा है, जिसमें सबको ये मौका मिलेगा कि अगर उनका कोई उनकी कुछ क्वेश्चंस हैं, उनकी कोई समस्याएं हैं तो उसका निराकरण कर सकें। इसी के साथ मैं फिर से पैसिफिक यूनिवर्सिटी के ग्रुप लीडर शर्मा जी का, दवे जी का, प्रेसिडेंट का और खासतौर से गोरी जी का धन्यवाद दूंगा, इनकी वजह से ये आज कार्य सफल हो पा रहा है। धन्यवाद।
Friends, we have a small change in the program. We have the inauguration ceremony for this event. Professor Balram Bhargav was to deliver a lecture. So I think that after we finish the entire program, he will deliver his lecture. So I would request Professor Balram Bhargav to kindly speak for a few words. Friends, we have with us the legendary scientist, eminent cardiologist Padam Shri Professor Balram Bhargav, President NASI and the Chief of Cardiothoracic Center, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, as chief guest for the formal inauguration of this seminar. Professor Bhargav will deliver his lecture on India's COVID vaccine saga later on. Ladies and gentlemen, it is because of the tremendous contribution of Indian team of scientists led by Professor Bhargav, India could achieve success in development of corona vaccine in record time. I am glad to share that based on his book entitled Going Viral, Making of Go Vaccine, the Inside Story, a film named Vaccine War has been made and recently released. A must-see movie is a moving tribute to the scientists who made India's first indigenous vaccine against COVID-19. Nana Patekar has played the role of Professor Balram Bhargav in the film. The film has been greatly applauded by both Indian and foreign viewers. I request Professor Bhargav to kindly inaugurate this film.
Dignitaries on the dais, veterinary scientists, students in the audience. I welcome you all to this NASI Rajasthan chapter meeting, and I'm delighted that the topic for this seminar is women empowerment, which is going to be very important. And I hope the deliberations are useful, and we will have a fruitful report from this, which can be implemented through the DST and DBT as soon as possible. And I wish all success to this seminar.
Friends, it is a great occasion for all of us to have Dr. Mrs. Manju Sharma with us in chair for the inaugural function of this two-day seminar on women empowerment. Dr. Manju Sharma, a Padma Bhushan awardee, was Secretary Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. Under her leadership, the research and development activities in the area of biotechnology in India made enormous strides. She was instrumental in establishment of several institutions of national importance in India, engaged in research in biotechnology. I was personally privileged by generous support from DBT during her tenure as Secretary DBT. It was because of her encouragement I could create not only a world-class plant biotechnology laboratory in Udaipur, but also created a separate department of biotechnology at Mohalla Zukadia University, Udaipur, only in the state of Rajasthan, in any state-funded university. The department offers both postgraduate and undergraduate courses in biotechnology and microbiology. The department celebrated its silver jubilee recently. Dr. Sharma brings with her the legacy of her grandfather Mahamana, late Pandit Madan Mohan Malvi, a great philanthropist and founder of the Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Currently, Dr. Sharma is chairperson NASI New Initiative, and it's because of her initiation we could organize this event here in Udaipur. Dr. Manju Sharma, please.
Namaskar to all the audience here, very distinguished dignitaries on the dais, and of course my very, very dear students. I see large number of them, and I'm happy that many girls are sitting here. That's what I was watching, that we have more girl participants than men. So that shows that women are moving ahead very fast, and they take more interest in science and technology. And you would understand when our father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, said, when a man is educated, an individual is educated. When a woman is educated, a family and a country are educated. So I'm sure all of you will appreciate this, what I said. Talking about the empowerment of women in science and technology, I would like to share with you just 2 or 3 examples. It is a very, very rare thing, and I'm sure all of you would understand. We all know about Kiran Majumdar, and it already has been mentioned in detail. But there are many other women science entrepreneurs who have done exceedingly well. And we had a workshop in Lucknow some time ago, and there were at least more than 24 women entrepreneurs who came and briefly spoke about their projects and what enterprises they had set up. And I was so happy about it that I thought that our efforts in the government are showing some results to see so many women entrepreneurs. I also want to tell you that there are a number of, I would say, measures and facilitating procedures in the government today which will encourage a woman scientist and a technologist to take up this entrepreneurship. Large number of them. You just have to approach the Ministry of Science and Technology, either Department of Biotechnology or Department of Science and Technology. They will all tell you about it. And in fact, on their websites, you will get most of the details. In this connection, the National Academy of Sciences India, one of the oldest science academy, established by Professor Meghnad Saha, a very eminent scientist, NASI has taken a large number of initiatives in this regard. And I'm very happy to say that I have been a worker in the field of this women empowerment along with NASI, and NASI has helped me fully to take up this message across the country. Not only across the country, but even outside the country. In many developing countries, I have spoken about the women empowerment, and they are very appreciative of what India is doing today. In fact, I'm surprised to know that even United Kingdom thinks that India has done best in the case of women empowerment and bringing women forth in different areas of science and technology, and even in other areas. We see that in India, and mention has been made about Dr. Kiran Majumdar Shah, but there are many others who are doing this. I would like also to remind you that not only entrepreneurship, but there have been very many women scientists of this country who have played a significant role in development of human resources in the country. Professor Archana Sharma, all of you know, a very distinguished lady, and Dr. Sneh Bhargava, who was the director of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Dr. Rohini Godbole, Professor Dr. Renu Swarup, she was also the secretary of Biotechnology Department, Professor Veena Tandon, and many others. I can't take all the names here, but there are many other women scientists. And we have in the audience today Professor Paramjeet Khurana, who will be speaking to you. Again, a very eminent woman scientist of this country, and we are very proud of that. that women have excelled so well in the field of science and technology. I still feel that we need to pay more attention to this, specifically to bring more women in science and mentoring core groups, young ones, guiding the students, enthusing them to take science as a career. I think this message must go across, and I congratulate the Rajasthan chapter for organizing this. And I think this message, if it goes across the state, and gradually, of course, we are trying to send it across the country also, it will be really beneficial. And the young children, I would say, the girls sitting there, they will all get enthused and they will tell more and more to their friends, and like that the message will spread. I want to say something with my personal experience. You know, when women want to do something, they want to progress, and they are performing excellent, there are many hurdles they face, large number of hurdles, complex situations, family responsibilities, etc. And we all know that they have played a dual role in the society. Uh, no matter what position they occupy in service, maybe they are secretary to Government of India or whatever, director of an institute, they cannot ignore the family responsibility. So they have a dual role to get involved in the progress of the country as well as look after the family and also educate their children to become more and more interested in science and technology. So not that I am exaggerating, but I want the women scientists, the young girls sitting here, to appreciate that they are going to contribute a lot if they do more and more education and science and technology. And nurturing the young minds of the country for learning by doing good management practices, especially the teachers, implementation of various important measures which are posed by the government, etc. These are all some things which we have to understand. And today, thank God, we have all over the country the provision of websites for various departments or various institutions. One can look at the website and decide what exactly you want to do. Also, there are people in each of the science departments who you can consult them. You can take their advice and guidance. So the opportunities are open for you. It is for you to decide whether you really want to take up science, really want to take it further, and also infuse your family, young boys and girls in your family, to think that science and technology has to be a major vehicle of the development of the country. We have seen that advanced countries have progressed so well, and other underdeveloping countries are progressing also very well. It is all large part of this is because of the development of science and technology in the country, especially the advanced countries like US or Japan or UK. Science and technology standards are very, very high. And I also want to tell you that many of these countries are taking note of what India is doing and how India is involving more and more women scientists in this endeavor. And I see on the left side a large number of women, and I feel very sorry that the boys are not coming up to attend these seminars. We have such distinguished speakers. When will you get an opportunity to hear them? So you must come and attend, but Dr. Lohiya, I think that we have to make some special efforts, provide transport or things like that, so that we can bring more students to come and listen to. We have heard all of you and all the distinguished speakers several times, but it is for the students we are organizing these meetings. I have always been very concerned about the women in rural areas. And many times I feel that our women scientists, doctors especially, they need to concentrate more on the rural areas, especially the rural women who are doing nothing but just doing some household work, landless laborers, doing some farming. But we need to educate them, especially about the health, nutrition, and how they should look after their family in a more scientific approach. I know it is very difficult, but I always request all my very senior and eminent women scientists, Sophia is sitting here and so many others, that we should try and inculcate this temper in the country. That women will take it further to move to the rural areas, to talk to them, talk to the rural women, and tell them the importance of nutrition, importance of keeping good health, sanitary conditions, etc., etc. These are some of the things which are very important. Now, I want to also tell Dr. Lohia that, Dr. Lohia, I hope you are listening to me. Please, whenever we have such gatherings and conferences, and we invite such eminent speakers, we have Professor Balram Bhargava, we have Dr. H.L. Varma, and so many others. We should try and get much larger audience. And all the way people come from Delhi or from other places, they want to see more and more people getting educated, getting the message of science and technology, its application, etc. We can provide transport to different colleges. I mean, this should be made like we send buses to institutions here around the areas, even inside the town, and try to get as many students as possible. I think that is very important. And many times I have attended these conferences, and I find that audience is very poor. And I feel very bad that very eminent speakers are here, and there is just no audience. And I want to remind you of one incident of Professor M.S. Swaminathan, who was such a, all of you know, late Professor Swaminathan, that he was such a polite and such a decent person. And once he was asked to come and address a conference like this, he moved to the podium and he said, I thank you all for coming and attending. And then he told the organizations, I will only say 2 words. I'm very sorry that there is not enough audience and I do not want to convey my message. And he sat down. This was Dr. Swaminathan, and who was such a polite person, but he thought that audience is very important for all these, and all of us make effort to convey something to them. That is the thing. But of course, I am always very happy to see, and I want to tell all the male scientists and respected male members here, that look at the audience here, full of women, girls. Where are the boys? They are not interested in science and technology. They don't want to pursue a scientific career. What is the problem? But there, I don't see them. Just this whole side is full of only women and girls. So we have to note this point also, that when we have such meetings and we invite such distinguished speakers, we should have a very large audience. We have to remember this always. The last point which I want to make here is that International Women's Day, which is organized on the 8th of March every year in the country. Why was it celebrated and why did we start this? It was long ago in 1911 or something, and we thought about this. It was not in India, but some other country. France and Italy took the initiative. But what they did, their own country, they have lost that message. And they no more organize International Women's Day or something. At least we in India are still doing that, and 8th of March, we observe it as a National Women's Day. But there, those countries which started, they have completely forgotten. So sometimes when you see this, you feel that all said and done, this is men's world. and women are still lagging behind to be with them, although they are better than them. I must say that. Sorry to all my male members having this here, but the performance of the women as directors, as secretaries, what I have observed is absolutely outstanding. Most of the cases it is outstanding. In agriculture, I was in IARI once and Dr. Paroda was the Director General. And when I went to him and I had to, it was an agricultural conference. And when I addressed him, I saw not a single woman, not a single woman scientist on the dais. Because in agriculture, there were no such distinguished people, they thought. And I told Dr. Paroda that this is a very sad story. This should not be done. And he should try and encourage more and more women who are doing agriculture to come up and go for the PhD, go for higher education, etc. So, we have to, according to me, we have to have a culture. And also we have to get rid of this from the minds of all the male members. Very, very sorry to say that only they can do the best and women are always behind. That's not true. Not at all true. And I'm very, very sorry to mention this once again that when our former president, Professor Abdul Kalam, in 2006, look at his vision. He was addressing a national seminar on women in science and technology. And he said, definitely all women scientists can play an important role in national development. The number of women scientists world over has been growing at a faster pace. Removing any impediments that come to the way of harnessing this vast pool, just listen to this vast pool of brilliant, hardworking, and dedicated knowledge power, it must be focused. This was Dr. Abdul Kalam. So we must recognize that. I'm not going to take more time, but once again, I only want to request Rajasthan chapter and Dr. Dunia, I congratulate you, but please ensure through the chapter that in the chapter for different type of work, you look for these women scientists. In the colleges and all, you will find many of them, but they are always not known to people. So we have to make a very special effort, and you see the title of this national seminar, Women Empowerment and Entrepreneurship Development with S&T Interventions. So the very title suggests that we have to encourage more and more women to come forward and take up this very important role of international development. Thank you.
So Friday we will have our honorable guest, Professor Balram Bhargav, to deliver his lecture. So all the honorable guests sitting over dais will be shifting to the floor.
ये चीज पूरी जिम्बल जिम्बल
ये खोल दिया
नहीं चाहिए फेस पे
Welcome back everyone to this seminar on women empowerment. I'll take 15 to 20 minutes of your time. But before I start, I will play a small video.
प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है ना
सुना मैंने क्या आपके साइंटिस्ट के पास 1 लाख रुपए मिले थे।
मेरे नहीं सर, भारत के साइंटिस्ट।
मैंने फैसला किया हम ऐसे बनाए तब तक हमारे लिए ये प्रोजेक्ट ऑक्सीजन रहेगा और न रिस्क
क्या इंडिया का मेडिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर 130 करोड़ लोगों की जान बचाने में समर्थ है? तो अगर एक्सपर्ट्स की बात इंडिया कांट
इंडिया कांट डू इट, ये नैरेटिव कौन बना रहे हैं?
नहीं लगी हमारी लड़ाई वायरस के साथ।
क्या ये वायरस नेचुरल म्यूटेशन है?
रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग से लैब में बनाया गया।
वैक्सीन के अलावा भी हमारी कोई लाइफ है।
वैक्सीन नहीं है ना तो लाइफ ही नहीं है।
सृष्टि से पहले सत्य नहीं था, असत्य भी नहीं, अंतरिक्ष भी नहीं, आकाश भी नहीं था।
Not going to die, girls. We are scientists, you know. Our lab will do. These are your thinking. Because we are brave. We can do it.
What? और हम सब सोल्जर्स का काम होता है कमांड देना। किसकी कमांड? अपने जंगल की। कौन है आपका जंगल? इधर देखो, आज के बाद अर्जुन के हमें सिर्फ मछली की आंख दिखनी चाहिए, सिर्फ मछली की आंख।
राजा था, जो भी कर लो मरता ही नहीं था। उस राजा की जान एक तोते की गर्दन में अटकी। तोते की गर्दन मरोड़ थी और राजा मर गया। हमारे राजा की जान इस वैक्सीन में अटकी।
अब बताओ वैक्सीन बनेगी या नहीं? सब बहुत जल्दी बनेगी, सबसे पहले बनेगी और सबसे ज्यादा सुरक्षित बनेगी। भारत की एकमात्र इंडिजिनस वैक्सीन, भारत की अपनी वैक्सीन। that your and that is very relevant for today's seminar. Majority of the scientists who were involved in the development of this vaccine, but they were taking care of their homes, and they were taking care of the labs, they were taking care of experiments, and they were involved in the development of vaccines. So kudos to the women scientists of India, and I think that is what this lecture is dedicated to. That is what this lecture is dedicated to. I will now minutes. I know we are. I will be able to find some interest. The Indian Council of Medical Research, like the National Academy of Sciences, is one of the oldest science bodies in the world, which has been in several important researches from the malaria survey. We know Ronald Ross was involved. We know got the Nobel Prize. We know Kala-Azar cycle. Nishmani Adonovan was involved. All his work was done in India. Then the oral polio drops, the protein energy malnutrition, double fortified world, the first test tube baby outside of the United Kingdom, second in the world, and so on. Many achievements of this huge organization with more than 27 institutes, more than 50 field stations, and more than 800 scientists. And again, I emphasize here, out of those 866 odd scientists, more than 45% are women scientists in this organization. So now, what happened during COVID and how this vaccine was developed? I'll try to tell the story in brief and encourage you people to see the film, which is absolutely entertaining, true story, emotional, inspirational for all young scientists. How I got into this, I'm a cardiologist. How I got into this is a question I didn't know. Now, what happened was on the 31st December 2019, China clearly said that the new virus is responsible for this pneumonia leading to deaths. 8th of January 2020, Ministry of Health meeting with WHO in Delhi, and it was decided that we need to form and start thermal screening, etc. at the airports. 26th of January, we had the first case of COVID-19. Medical student traveled from Wuhan to Hong Kong, Hong Kong to Calcutta, Calcutta to Bangalore, Bangalore to Cochin, and then by bus to his hometown. This was first tested by the Alibaba lab that he is COVID positive on 26th. We sent samples to Pune and confirmed that at the National Institute of Virology that his patient is of COVID-19 and the virus has entered our country. This was difficult news for the country. It was broken to the government. They immediately set up working groups from the highest office. They have set up a group of secretaries working on the development of testing kits, oxygen, PPE, masks, and also quarantine centers. Each one has a separate story. And over the group of secretaries, which was being overlooked by the cabinet secretary, there was the group of ministers which was meeting. Group of secretaries was meeting every day, several meetings every day, and the group of ministers was meeting once a week to oversee this. This started on the 26th or 27th of January when we got the first case of COVID-19. Now, India's COVID fight, if you remember, was something like the yin and yang, which was disrupting the healthcare. We were unprecedented. The advantage we had in India was that our pandemic was 2 months behind what had happened in the United Kingdom, what had happened in Italy, what had happened in Spain, was what was happening in Iran and the rest of the Western world. We were 2 months behind, so we could get all the knowledge. And our philosophy was to take those knowledge, tweak it for what is suitable for India and what will be the best for India. So our government was serious from the very beginning. We did not embrace herd immunity, and we had a graded response. So from the Indian Council of Medical Research, the 10 major highlights was increasing the testing laboratories, and these testing laboratories from 1 to 3,500, and then validation of diagnostic kits, young entrepreneurs who set up diagnostic kits and made India 100% self-sufficient in diagnostic kits. Now I can tell a story. In February, we had shortage of diagnostic kits. We asked the WHO, they gave us a handful. We asked China, they said, place the order in a matter of 2 hours, otherwise we'll divert it to some other country. So it was a situation like the 62 war, where Nehruji had bullets, handful of bullets fighting China. It was exactly the same situation. We didn't have testing kits, we didn't have PPEs, we didn't have capability to manufacture masks, N95 masks. But this was rapidly scaled up, and each story is a separate story, but I will focus on the vaccine story today. Then we had my predecessors at the Indian Council of Medical Research were instrumental in had the vision, and Professor Katoch is here, has the vision to set up a BSL-4 laboratory in Pune in 2011. This laboratory was the first of its kind in Southeast Asia region. The second BSL-4 laboratory was set up in Wuhan in 2017, which was responsible for this COVID pandemic in terms of whether it was from the wet market or from the lab leak. That remains a question unanswered, but that happened. And here we can see this BSL-4 laboratory established in 2011. Since 2011, not a single sample for viral testing went out of this country. This laboratory is fully guarded, electric wire fencing, so negative pressure, set up in 2011. And again, I congratulate my predecessors at the Indian Council of Medical Research, including were responsible for which was the nodal laboratory during this pandemic. We isolated the virus on the 9th of March. India was the 5th country in the world to isolate the virus. Once we got the virus, we were able to make testing kits, we were able to start experiments on vaccines and other things, but that was the starting point. And what happened was there was a group of 15 Italian tourists who were visiting Rajasthan, Agra and Delhi. And they got admitted in Delhi, and we were able to collect samples from them and take those samples to isolate the virus. What would normally happen, the samples before being shifted to Pune, they would be waiting here and there. That was ensured that they would go immediately, and we were able to isolate the virus. We were the first country in the world to isolate the alpha virus, and then all this are scientifically documented. Coming back to the testing story, as I mentioned, there was such a shortage of kits. In February, we had only one laboratory, which was the NIB, and we gradually increased it. Then we had the TrueNat. Now, TrueNat is another molecular testing portable for tuberculosis, which was developed by scientists from the Indian Institute of Science. And it was further funded by the Department of Biotechnology, and then the ICMRs did the multi-centric international trial to get WHO pre-qualification for tuberculosis. WHO pre-qualification, and this was deployed for a TB testing laboratory in many parts of the country. And this was for the first time in the world repurposed for COVID-19. And this started in April, that suddenly had 8,000 machines available for testing across the country because they were already being used for TB and they were repurposed. So we were able to tackle the diagnostic problem. And then during the first wave in Delhi in June of 2020, we were the second country in the world after Korea to utilize the rapid antigen tests for testing COVID-19, and then the WHO gave approval in September. And the DNA nudge, which is like the TrueNat, was developed in UK and again was deployed in United Kingdom in October of 2020. So from that perspective, we were ahead of the curve, and that speaks volumes of our scientists and particularly women scientists. We have tested more than 900 million samples. Cost of a test was $1, and 3 shifts were being done and all across the country. And here you can see how the TrueNat map is there across the country. And again, PSL2 laboratory was set up in 600 medical colleges on June of 9. We had a Gazette notification that notified that all medical colleges set up the PSL2 laboratory, otherwise they will face derecognition. So the use of carrot and stick was being done at both at the same time, so as to make sure that work was happening. Then another interesting story was that the group of secretaries was meeting every day, and we were insisting that all international travel should be reduced and stopped in the country. Several were acting not to reduce that, but testing started at airports. Then after several meetings, we talked to the cabinet secretary and told him that we need to stop all international testing, international travel in India. Not that it would not have been delayed, it would have delayed the entry of the virus, and we would get time to prepare and spruce up our healthcare facilities. The second thing that we wanted a lockdown so that we could create our healthcare facilities in the country so that India could fight this pandemic. This was in February, March 10th, when we had isolated the virus. We met the cabinet secretary, and he asked us that please give a recommendation on a piece of paper. And we gave 2 recommendations, 1 A4 sheet, 2 lines, bullet points: stop all international travel to India, 2, impose nationwide lockdown. He said, you have clarity of thought. He said, we have discussed it and we feel that this has to be done. Immediately he said that you will have to make a presentation to the leadership. We made a presentation to the leadership and told them that this is absolutely essential because our healthcare facilities need to be set up. They are in bad shape. We will get more time if we do a lockdown. We will get more facility. We will be able to contain the virus, and what we call is that the curve will not peak. It will gradually be distributed, as we call the curve. Curve will be distributed. His vision, he said that science and only science should lead this war against this pandemic. This was clearly his statement. He asked that are we going to go exactly like Italy, like this, the peak? I said, yes, if we do not impose the law, have a peak like this, and that is be very difficult because of our limited health. We also told him that we belong to, been working at All India Institute for the last 3 years. We had no air conditioners. We used to work from 8 a.m. to p.m. Wear simple, see the patients till the evening under a fan, sweat, go back, take a shower, eat up food, come back next morning. We will manage with only potatoes. I told him exactly this, but the very next day he announced the public awareness about this, and in 2 days' time we had the lockdown. Now, again, peculiarly, ICMR became the epicenter for COVID. We had the Raw, Intelligence Bureau, Indian Air Force, Indian Railways, Indian Post. Everyone was stationed at the Indian Council of Medical Research headquarters. We had 40 scientists from 27 institutes who were flown in, and they were staying in the guest house in the Asian Gate Village and working till midnight at the headquarters. And the food was being provided by the headquarters throughout, and they were working there along, making policy decisions, thinking, debating, and deciding what has to be done. Special flights were being commissioned. So our lockdown was not very practical, and I congratulate the citizens of this country who were responsible enough to follow the lockdown. It was not like what happened in China, where people were being pushed into rooms and locked into rooms, or like the West, where people were just roaming around, not listening to the lockdown. So our lockdown was a successful lockdown. Yes, there were some problems, but it was mainly what we learned from the lockdown was that we had to keep the doors shut, keep the windows open, let the knowledge flow in, distill that knowledge, and come out with recommendations which are useful for our country, which are practical for our country, and that was the recommendation that we gave. Another important small story I would like to tell was in February of, we had 6,000 Shia pilgrims from Kargil who were visiting Iran. We were asked by the cabinet secretary that we need to set up a laboratory for testing these people in Iran. And we were asked that we've got 24 hours to set up this laboratory. So we sent 6 scientists and technicians to Iran. But Iran was burning at that time. They didn't have labs for testing their own people. How would they test our people? So we set up a laboratory in the basement of the Indian Embassy in Tehran. Tested all those 6,000 people. Whoever were negative were flown back immediately to the quarantine center. Now again, the quarantine centers were created by the Indian Army, ITBP, Border Security Force at Hindon, Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, and several parts of the country. And this was winter months, arranging for food, arranging for blankets, arranging for water. That was all done by the calibrated approach of the government that worked phenomenally well, and we were able to get those people back to our country. Now, another important, if I were to ask before the vaccine, what were the 3 major developments for COVID-19 across the world? And there are only 3 that happened. One was the use of cortisone and steroids that was done by a randomized trial called the recovery trial from the United Kingdom. That reduced mortality of COVID. Second was remdesivir, which is a WHO trial also funded by the United States, and showed that the hospitalization days were reduced by the use of remdesivir. And third was by India, was convalescent plasma does not benefit COVID-19. And this was a randomized trial published in the British Medical Journal, 2 editorials, how during the lockdown by electronic means, district hospitals participated in this trial, and 40 district hospitals, and patients were randomized to receive convalescent plasma, not receive convalescent plasma, and it was clearly demonstrated. This question has been there for the last 100 years for other Spanish flu and other viral diseases, where the convalescent plasma is working. This would have led to a lot of social problems had it been working. People would infect people and take their plasma. All kinds of issues were anticipated, and we clearly were able to demonstrate that this convalescent plasma is not working, and that led to rest of those issues. Once we isolated the virus, we were able to develop again the antibody ELISA testing kits, and this was during the lockdown. Some of the pharma agencies from Gujarat traveled by road once a week to Pune and back, and within a matter of 3 to 4 weeks, we were able to develop the ELISA kits for testing, and the sero survey was started for the whole country, and one of the largest sero surveys ever done in the world, which clearly demonstrated that during May-June of 2020, only 0.3% of the population was infected. 99.7% were still vulnerable. So this was huge. The government was really frightened that 99.7%, and there is no herd immunity business going on. It laid to rest clearly that herd immunity is not going to happen. So the government was really worried about this, but and it took some time for these results, about a week, 10 days before we could make these results public. So the leadership also saw these results. Then the most important point, and I will take another 5 minutes, was the development of this vaccine, which was on 9th of March, we isolated the virus from those Italian tourists. 31st of March, we gave the virus to Bharat Biotech after signing an MOU. By 30th of April, they had given us a vaccine, three vaccine candidates, which we tested on mice, we tested on rats, and also on hamsters in May and June, all during the lockdown. All this was happening while many other people were facing the difficulties of the lockdown. So we followed 2 pathways for vaccine development. One was to develop our own indigenous vaccine, where we didn't have any expertise really, and we were requested to make and the leadership called for a meeting in June. We already had the vaccine candidate. We used it in rats and mice. The leadership called for a meeting of all the science agencies. We didn't talk about it. Lots of presentations were made. We are working with University of Wisconsin. We are working with University of Madison. We have set up a vaccine with University of Alabama. All kinds of promises were made. At the end of that meeting, we raised our hands and we have a very small indigenous vaccine which we are trying. May work, may not work, and we were given a great signal at that point in time. Please go ahead and try to develop it. The second path was to use international vaccines for testing them and getting bridging studies done in India so that they could be utilized. So we had we identified the vaccine candidate. We did the preclinical studies in small animals, which were published in Science, iScience clearly, and the cover story in iScience talked. That crop is talking about the new adjuvant that was used for the first time in the world, and that was made into the cover story in the Covaxin. And then we did the hamster study. More importantly, we had to do the preclinical studies on monkeys. There I will tell a little story. Now, monkey research is not being done in India because of large number of animal activists. China is the largest supplier of monkeys. It used to supply monkeys at $500 per monkey. Covishield, the vaccine developed by Oxford, was tested on Chinese monkeys in the United States. It was not done in UK, but the monkey studies were done in USA from monkeys from China. After this relationship between USA and China has soured because of certain issues, each monkey is now being exported from China at $4,000 a monkey. Now we didn't have monkeys, we had 4 or 5 old monkeys at NIV, and that was very difficult to utilize them because they were old and the immune system was not intact. So we got permissions from the Ministry of Environment and Human Animal Department to capture monkeys. It took us 7 days from Pune with the scientific team to go to Telangana border, Maharashtra border, Karnataka border, because during the lockdown, all the monkeys from the cities had gone into the forest. They didn't get food here, so they had gone into the forest. So we captured those monkeys, and these monkeys were brought back to the National Institute of Biology. Testing was done, then X-rays were done, the biochemistry was done, and their health was ensured of these 20 monkeys that they are healthy, although they are not from a breeding facility, they were captured from the wild. Now, once we captured these monkeys, we started our experiments on them. We received phone calls and letters from various agencies that you are going to capture monkeys. And my reply to them was, same, Ashwatthama Hatho, we are not going to capture monkeys. We had already captured them. So our reply, like Ashwatthama Hatho, that monkeys had already been captured, we are not going to capture anymore. So that laid them to rest. Having said that, we had to we gave the monkeys the vaccine candidates, then we had to give the virus into the bronchus, third generation of the bronchus, we had to give the virus inside by bronchoscopy. Now, no one at NIV Pune, they were all taken to the air-conditioned cages in NIV Pune at the Base and Fall Laboratory, and we had to give the virus into the bronchus of these monkeys. We flew a scientist from the headquarters and the Army Cardiothoracic Center at Pune. They sent another pulmonologist. They were both in captive at the NIV guest house for a month until the monkey experiments were really done. Every day, the first day the vaccine was given, 7 days later, the virus was given to these monkeys, anesthetized monkeys by bronchoscopy, and then every day this bronchoalveolar lavage was collected to see whether the virus has grown. And that, lo and behold, that the virus did not grow. The vaccine was working. So that was a game changer for us. And we sent this paper for publication to Nature Medicine, but the animal activists wrote to Nature Medicine, India working against India, that these animals were not from a breeding facility. So the journal asked us for the health certificates of each of them every month. We sent all the blood parameters, the X-rays, the IGRA test, the TB testing, everything was sent to the journal. And that delayed, but the publication happened in Nature Medicine regarding the monkey studies. And after the monkey studies, the phase 1, phase 2, and the phase 3 clinical trials were done, which were published in the top journals. And these were the unsung heroes, the 20 monkeys who have been responsible. And then the COVID vaccine, this was the entire journey. The vaccine in 2020, 16th January, vaccination was started in the United Kingdom and USA. 3rd of January, Indian drug controller gave approval for this vaccine based on phase 2 trials. And 16th of January, 1 month later, we started vaccinating our citizens with both the vaccines. And it really established that India, being a pharmacy, is not only the pharmacy of the world, but now vaccine superpower. With Covaxin, we proved that we could manufacture vaccine from start to finish. And that was a game changer. And that's why I have put this slide up, which is showing in 1947, when we got independence, at Bombay port, there is the High Commissioner of Canada giving a box of medicines to the first Health Minister of India, Rajkumari Amrit Kaur, a box of penicillin. Because penicillin was developed after the Second World War, and they just gave us a box of penicillin. Following with Hindustan Antibiotics and other pharmaceutical agencies were established to manufacture penicillin in India. The second part is showing how our vaccine was given to more than 100 countries, including Canada. So this was the accelerated approval process, which was a Gazette notification much before the pandemic in 2019, that in a life-threatening condition, when the security of the country is affected, then we can use phase 2 for approval for using the vaccines. And clearly, we had this, the vaccine development was critical and timely, but the government provided funding. There were preclinical studies, clinical studies, laboratory studies, epidemiology studies, rolling reviews by the drug controller, advanced purchase orders by the government, at-risk manufacturing by the manufacturers, raw material import, and expedited batch testing. Initially, only Kasauli was the only place where batch testing of vaccine was done. Several facilities were set up immediately across the country, DBT institutions, ICMR institutions, where batch testing could be done, NIB, National Institute of Biological, etc., and expedited batch testing was done for these vaccines. And then another interesting part was on 18th of March 2020, we set up a national task force of virologists, pharmacologists, epidemiologists, physicians, scientists, virologists, pathologists, who were guiding, and this was informed to the Supreme Court, that this is the national task force. And this task force was guiding the nation on calibration of testing strategy, providing oversight, recommendations, developing, and all the guidelines that were being provided for the nation, whether it be in 14 different languages across the country, were based on this National Task Force recommendations. We had more than 350 publications on COVID-19, and we felt that the mask is the most important thing. We knew that the vaccination does not prevent serious infection. Vaccine does not, but vaccination does. It prevents serious infection and death, but it does not prevent the infection. And we can look at the data of more than 1 crore population, 100 crore population, 1985. How much is that? 94 crore population. We had 3 databases: the ICMR testing database, the COVID app vaccination database, and the Ministry of Health hospitalization database. They were not talking very well because some were based on Aadhaar, some was based on the mobile number, but we were able to get some of the data which was talking to each other, and clearly demonstrated that 92% of the deaths during the Omicron wave were people who were unvaccinated. And this was because of our universal immunization program, which has been running so successfully for the last 60 years, that we were able to quickly vaccinate. With 27 million newborn children are vaccinated, 28,000 cold chain points are there, 2.3 billion ASHA workers, millions of doctors and nurses, 350,000 vaccination centers in the government, and 28,000 in private, which were responsible for this massive vaccination drive. And if you look at the Omicron comparison, India was much lower than any of the developed countries, despite the vaccination starting early. when we had the BSL-1 laboratory, BSL-4 laboratory, we also had a Nipah outbreak, and we requested the same manufacturers to set up a mobile BSL-4 laboratory. And this mobile BSL-4 laboratory is state-of-the-art, like Apollo module inside, all stainless steel, negative pressure, shower cubicle, decontamination chambers, and their own generator. So this laboratory was used this time in the Nipah outbreak this year for the first time. And this is a mobile laboratory. Several of them have been there. One of them traveled from Gorakhpur to Bhutan and demonstrated to all the health ministers of the Southeast Asian region, and gradually being gifted one each by the government of India as part of the soft diplomacy. This was again purely indigenous. Last point I want to emphasize is the ICMR drone response and outreach in the Northeast, which was a unique program with good practice elements. And here we had in Nagaland and in Manipur, from land to land, from hill to valley, from hill to hill, from land across the hill into land, and also into the lake. And if you look at this largest freshwater lake, Loktag Lake, there is a small island in the middle of that. And in that island, there is a primary health center with a population of 3,000. And the vaccine was flown by the from Vishnupur by road. It takes 4 hours. Then by boat, it takes another 3 hours, and then walking 2 hours. But by this drone, they were able to give the vaccine within a matter of 15 minutes, and this has now been utilized. Now it can be utilized for other drugs, iron tablets, paracetamol tablets, life-saving injections, which are being utilized in many parts of the country. And this was tested at the airstrip at IIT Kanpur for the temperature and all those issues, and then utilized. Here, we have a little cartoon by one of our scientists that the virus is feeling very safe in a remote island, and then suddenly you see the drone coming there, that is not safe anymore. We lost 28 of our scientists and technicians during this COVID pandemic, and we paid tribute to them and remember all their duties that they did during, whether it was for testing, whether it was for blood sampling, whether it was for serosurvey, whether it was for helping in the vaccine development. Thank you for your attention.
I think you would agree that it has been a democratic presentation. Your leadership that you made the country proud, and we feel that ICMR contribution under your leadership has been immense, and we salute you. So thank you so much for the wonderful lecture and a very inspiring story that India can do it, and you're safe because of your presence in ICM. Before I give formal thanks, I would like to tell you that we are running short of time, so we are cutting short the next program. So we are going for a tea break for 15 minutes and come back for our technical session. For the formal vote of thanks, we are simply going to give anything to answer. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
लिसोड़ा, कॉर्डिया, मिर्जा, कांकरम, फ्लेकोसिया, इंडिका, गंगेर, ग्रीविया, टिनेक्स, महुआ, मधुका इंडिका, कितने ही वाइल्ड फ्रूट हैं। इसी तरह बहुत सारी वाइल्ड वेजिटेबल हैं, और ये वाइल्ड वेजिटेबल कहाँ पैदा हो रही हैं? ये वहाँ हो रही है जब पेस्टिसाइड यूज नहीं हो रहा। फर्स्ट में पेस्टिसाइड यूज करेगा, वहाँ कौन इंसेक्टिसाइड यूज करेगा, तो हम ये कह सकते हैं कि वहाँ ये ऑर्गेनिक प्रोडक्शन हो रहा है। और अगर कोई यूनिवर्सिटी इससे जुड़ जाए और वैल्यू एडिशन करते हैं इन सब्जियों को, इनको ड्राई कर दिया जाए और एक यूनिवर्सिटी एग्रीकल्चर सर्टिफिकेट दे दे कि इसमें कोई भी पेस्टिसाइड यूज नहीं हुआ और ये ऑर्गेनिक प्रोडक्ट है, अपना वैल्यू एडिशन हो गया, उसको ड्राई कर मार्केट में लाते हैं, तो डेफिनेटली हम उनको एम्पावर कर सकते हैं। बहुत सारी पत्तियां वो इकट्ठी करती हैं, पोआर्ड है, पलाश है, सिल्वोफॉर्न है, बहुत सारे फ्लावर हैं जिनमें महुआ, धावड़ी, लोटस, कमल। अभी देखिए दिवाली के दिन आप देख रहे हो सुबह कितना कमल के यहाँ पर आएंगे। लोटस जो लाल फूल वाला अपना है, येलो नीचे भरा हुआ आएगा। इसके अलावा आपका निम्फिया, प्यूबेसेंट, सफेद फूल, ये कहाँ से है? ये गोगुंदा से रणकपुर के बीच के जो सड़क के दोनों तरफ फूल हैं, वहां से कलेक्ट होगा और कई हजार फ्लावर एक दिन में आ जाएंगे। और यहाँ एक फ्लावर कितने का बिकता है? 5 रुपए का बिकता है। अगर हम उनको ये सिखा दें कि आपके गांव में जितने भी फूल हैं, इन फूल में इनको कैसे उगा सकते हैं, सिर्फ जहाँ आज उग रहा है वहीं से क्यों कलेक्ट कर रहे हो? और भी छोटी छोटी वाटर बॉडीज हैं, बहुत सारे वाटर टैंक हैं, बहुत सारे डैम्स हैं, एनीकट्स हैं। अगर उन सबको बता दें इसको कैसे उगाया जाता है, इसका सीड से उगा सकते हैं, इसका राइजोम उसको उगा सकते हैं, तो उनके और आसपास ये प्रोडक्शन होगा और दूसरी जगह भी इस चीज को बेच सकते हैं। इसके अलावा कमल का जो फूल है, कमल का जो बीज है, ये बीज खाया जाता है, कच्चा खाया जाता है, पक्का खाया जाता है रोस्टिंग करके। तो अगर सरप्लस है तो बाद में भी उसको बेचा जा सकता है। तो ये सब बड़ी सहजता से कर सकते हैं। ड्रमस्टिक का बड़ा स्कोप है। एक तो ड्रमस्टिक हम खेतों में करेंगे, एक ड्रमस्टिक फॉरेस्ट में हो रहा है। उसमें जो एक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स ज्यादा होते हैं, क्योंकि वहां इरिगेशन अनाप नहीं होता, पेस्टिसाइड नहीं होता, तो वहां का जो ड्रमस्टिक है उसका बाकायदे एनालिसिस किया जाए कि इसकी न्यूट्रिटिव वैल्यूज हैं, क्योंकि ये सब दिखाना आजकल बहुत जरूरी है। अभी एक जगह है छत्तीसगढ़ में, चिल्पी घाटी में इकोटूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट का एक रेस्ट हाउस है। वहां की जो मेगा लेडीज हैं वो एक छोटा सा रेस्टोरेंट रन कर रही हैं, बड़ा हाथ होकर साफ सुथरा है, एक हेयर कैप वगैरह लगा हुआ और उन्होंने बिल्कुल लगा रहे हैं। हमारे यहाँ मेगा खाना मिलता है, किसी यूनिवर्सिटी बदल ले लेकिन न्यूट्रिटिव वैल्यू ये है, क्योंकि आजकल जो पढ़ा लिखा आदमी वो थोड़ा सा ये सब काम धाम चाहता है और लोग वहाँ खाना खा रहे हैं, वो अपना ट्रेडिशनल मेगा फूड उनको दे रहे हैं। और मान साहब यहाँ कोई पेस्टिसाइड फलाना ये सब यही पैदा होता है, यही आपको खिलाया जाता है। ऐसा सब अगर करेंगे तो हम महिलाओं को सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं, खासतौर से हमारी जो रूरल ट्राइबल की महिलाएं उनको हम सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट टाइम आगे साहब देखिए, ये इधर आप देखिए ईगल मार्ग में उसके पत्ते पड़े हुए हैं। इसी मंदिर के पास, बहुत सारे मंदिरों के पास, ये कालका माता जो मंदिर है, यहाँ मैंने किया पता लगाया रेट क्या है, 10 रुपए के 11 पत्ते। और एक दिन में कितने? एक दिन में करीब यहाँ पर 11,000 पत्ते बिक जाते हैं। तो आप देख रहे हो कि डेली इतना पत्ता बिक रहा है। तो अगर हम हमारे फॉरेस्ट एरिया में जहाँ इसका फॉरेस्ट उग सकता है, फिर हर जगह ईगल मार्बल नहीं होगा, कुछ ऐसे ईगल मार्बल अपना आप एक फॉरेस्ट टाइप बनता है, E5 5 E5 फॉरेस्ट टाइप बनता है। तो जहाँ इसकी रेंज है वहां इसका नंबर बढ़ा दिया जाए और लोगों को एक्सेस दिया जाए, आप इसको कलेक्ट करो और जहाँ जहाँ इस तरह के बेच सकते हैं आप इसको बेच सकते। इसको ट्राइबल बेल्ट में, शहर में इसकी खपत नहीं है, ट्राइबल बेल्ट में इसकी खपत है। और इसका जो ट्यूबर का साइज है फुटबॉल के साइज का हो जाता है, इसको हम ग्रो करें और फिर हाँ आप इसके अपने खेत के आसपास जो हेजेज हैं, फार्म फेंस हैं, उनमें आप लगाइए ताकि आपको दूर नहीं जाना पड़े, क्योंकि उनका ट्रैवलिंग में इतना टाइम जा रहा है। अगर उस ट्रैवलिंग के टाइम को घटा दिया जाए जो गैदरिंग कर रही है, तो उनके पास उनकी हेल्थ इंप्रूव होगी, दूसरे काम करने का टाइम लगा, काम नहीं भी करेंगे। रेस्ट भी तो इंपॉर्टेंट है अपनी लाइफ में, महिलाओं को भी अधिकार तो रेस्ट करें। तो अगर हम ये चीजें उनके आसपास करते हैं तो डेफिनेटली उनका वेलफेयर होगा। देखिए बैम्बू के नए शूट हैं, बिल्कुल अभी नया शूट आया है, नया शूट से वो खाते हैं, इसको शहर में पॉपुलराइज किया जा सकता है बैम्बू शूट को। देखिए आप कहेंगे बैम्बू शूट को फर्स्ट को लेना नहीं देगा, लेकिन उनके पास ऐसी बहुत सारी जमीनें हैं गांव के पास, उनके खुद के पास, जहाँ बैम्बूज लगाए जा सकते हैं और उन शूट्स को कलेक्ट करके ये पिकल्स बनते हैं। तो बहुत, और ये एक बार आपने डिब्बा बंदी कर दी अब तो आप उसको
रेनी सीजन के बाद तक उसको हम बेच सकते हैं, वहां कहीं भी काउंटर लगाते हैं शहर में या किसी टूरिस्ट स्पॉट पे और उस पिकल को सेल किया जा सकता है। नेक्स्ट देखिए, ये सब आपका इनॉक्सिया 5 रुपए का एक बिकता है, 5 रुपए का एक बिकता है, आपकी कितना सेल हो रहा है, और वही पैदा होता है। नेक्स्ट छोटी छोटी चीजें वहां पर देखिए, हम ये जो ह्यूमन एम्पावरमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं, ये कुछ चीजें करें तो हम उनका भला कर सकते हैं। एक तो प्रोडक्शन को बढ़ाया जाए, दूसरा क्या, उनको ये नहीं पता है कि कोई कलेक्शन किस स्टेज में किया जाए, ये कंपनी वालों की जिम्मेदारी है, उनको बताया जाए कि फ्रूट कलेक्शन की ये स्टेज है। मैं अभी बताऊंगा कि कैसे नुकसान उनका हो रहा है। एक वैल्यू एडिशन किया जाए, सर्टिफिकेशन कर दिया जाए, एक ग्रेडिंग किया जाए, वो एक साथ लाते हैं और यहाँ जो प्रोडक्ट बेचते हैं वो किसी भाव में खरीद लेते हैं। ग्रेडिंग करना उनको नहीं आता है, क्या आप फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड ग्रेडिंग करिए, फर्स्ट का ज्यादा पैसा लीजिए, सेकंड का उससे कम, तो उनको ज्यादा पैसा मिलेगा। और इस तरह उनकी अवेयरनेस एजुकेशन की बात जो बहुत जरूरी है। मैं आगे कुछ एग्जांपल दूंगा, उससे आप समझेंगे कि वाकई में मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ। नेक्स्ट, अब आगे की एक बहुत बड़ा फील्ड है लेसर मिलेट्स का। इन शहरी लोगों ने, पढ़े लिखे लोगों ने उनको ऐसा बेवकूफ बना दिया कि हमारी तरह गेहूं खाओ तो आप सभ्य कहलाओगे, तुम ये जो तुम खा रहे थे लेसर मिलेट, ये तो जंगली आदमी खाते हैं, खाने की चीज है, तो वो भी हमारे देख के सब लेसर मिलेट को भूल गए और वो भी गेहूं और मक्की पे आ गए। अब हमारे लोगों ने क्या किया कि मल्टीग्रेन खाने से हेल्थ बनती है, अब वो मल्टीग्रेन तो खाना भूल गए और अब हम वापस उनको कह रहे हैं मल्टीग्रेन वापस शुरू करो। ये मल्टीग्रेन है, ये लेसर मिलेट जो हजारों साल से वो खा रहे थे। मेरे हमारे इंडिया का पौधा थोड़ी है, ये सुबह बाहर से आया, लेकिन आज ये जैसे उग रहा है जैसे उनका पौधा। ये जो लेसर मिलेट है आपका इडोसाइन वाला खाना, जिसको हम रागी कहते हैं, आपका हमलाई मिलेशियम, ट्रांसबेरी, ये सारे जो लेसर मिलेट्स हैं, इनकी खास बात क्या है लेसर मिलेट्स की, ये बहुत कम रेनफॉल पे आते हैं। आप देखिए हमारे यहाँ 8 तरह की लैंड है, 1 से लेकर 4 तरह की जो लैंड है, लैंड क्लासिफिकेशन अगर पढ़ेंगे, ये अच्छी एग्रीकल्चर के लिए है। और 5 से लेकर 8 नंबर की जो लैंड है वो फॉरेस्ट के पास है। ट्राइबल कहाँ रहता है? फॉरेस्ट एरिया में, जहाँ स्लोपी लैंड है। ये जो क्रॉप है स्लोपी लैंड में बहुत अच्छे से आते हैं, क्योंकि वो रहते हैं स्लोपी लैंड में, तो इनका प्रोडक्शन होगा। और क्योंकि इनमें फाइबर ज्यादा है, ये एकदम से डाइजेस्ट होकर ग्लूकोज नहीं बढ़ाते, तो टाइप 2 जिनको डायबिटीज है उन सब के लिए बहुत अच्छा है। अब देखिए आप कीकोड़ा की जरा इकोनॉमिक्स देखिए, रेन फेड कंडीशन में कीकोड़ा उगता है यहाँ पर। ये मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, देवला की स्टडी बता रहा हूँ 2023 की। रोजाना वहां 2000 केजी कीकोड़ा इकट्ठा होकर आता है और ये 45 दिन तक इकट्ठा होता है। तो तुम कितना कीकोड़ा देखिए, 90,000 केजी कीकोड़ा वहां पे टोटल 45 दिन में निकलता है। रेट वहां की कितनी है? 40 रुपए केजी, यहाँ पर 80 रुपए, 40 रुपए, 50 रुपए हो जाता है। कितना कीकोड़ा हो गया आप देखिए, 36 लाख का कीकोड़ा अकेले देवला में ट्राइबल निकाल के सेल कर रहा है। और इकट्ठा कौन कर रहा है? लेडीज और बच्चे। नेक्स्ट, अब इसमें गड़बड़ी क्या है? अगर कीकोड़ा का देखिए, उनको ये नहीं पता कि किस स्टेज में कीकोड़ा तोड़ा जाए। 1 केजी कीकोड़ा में देखिए 144, 114 उसमें 20 है। बड़ी साइज वाले 28 पीस थे जिनका वेट था 392 ग्राम। 40 उससे छोटी मीडियम साइज के थे जिनकी लेंथ थी 14 से 20 mm, ये 380 ग्राम। और सबसे छोटे 46 थे 228 ग्राम। अगर ये सबसे छोटी वाला सीड फ्रूट कलेक्ट नहीं करते, थोड़ा बड़ा हो लेने दें, तो हम वेट जो पैदा होगा वो ज्यादा पैदा कर सकते हैं। उनको हमें ये बताना पड़ेगा कि आप ऊपर की 2 स्टेज ले लीजिए, नीचे वाली स्टेज से आपका बहुत छोटा तोड़ रहे हैं, आप 1 वीक और दे दीजिए उसको, ताकि साइज बड़ी हो जाएगी तो आपकी वही क्लाइंट पर ज्यादा वेट प्रोड्यूस करेगी। तो हमें उनको ये सिखाना पड़ेगा। नेक्स्ट, दूसरा बात, उनको क्या प्रॉब्लम देखे, ये जो कीकोड़ा है ये डायोसियस प्लांट है, मेल क्लाइंबर कहीं दूसरी जगह है और फीमेल कहीं दूसरी जगह है। अगर इन्हें बता दिया जाए कि कई जगह इनकी सिर्फ सारी फीमेल पॉपुलेशन है, मेल है ही नहीं, जो मेल पॉपुलेशन है पॉलिनेशन नहीं होगा, पॉलिनेशन होगा तो फ्रूट कैसे पैदा होगा। तो हम क्या करें, इनमें बता दें जहां मेल पॉपुलेशन है वहां फ्लावर को लाके मेल फ्लावर को तोड़े और फीमेल फ्लावर को उल्टा थोड़ी देर उसको झड़का दें, आर्टिफिशियल पॉलिनेशन हो गया। या मेल फ्लावर वाला जो ट्यूबर है वहां से फाड़ के ले आए और उसको उसमें डिश में लगा दें, तो मेल एक वहां होगा तो प्रोडक्शन ज्यादा हो जाएगा। इतनी सी बात बतानी है। साथ ही आप देखिए स्नेक देखिए, ये है आपका साइस्टर वाइपर है आपने प्रोफेसर शर्मा जी, रेनी सीजन में जैसे ग्राउंड गीली हो जाती है, ये सांप ऊपर चढ़ जाता है और महिलाएं टिकोटा तोड़ते हैं, उनको बाइटिंग करता है। ये तो हमें उनको बताना है कि देखिए ये सांप सिर्फ आपके टिकोटा के सीजन में ही ट्री पे चढ़ता है, अदरवाइज ये ग्राउंड पे रहता है। अगर हम उनको थोड़ा सा अवेयर कर दें तो स्नेक बाइटिंग के केसेस को हम रोक सकते हैं। आप देखिए बहुत सारे क्रिस्टियन पास हैं, इसको ये जल्दबाजी में क्या मोमेंट से दिया है कि कोई और नहीं तोड़ रहा है, ये पहले तोड़ लेते हैं और आप देखिए बड़ा अमाउंट एक इनका काला होकर डिस्ट्रॉय हो जाता है, क्योंकि उन्होंने थोड़ा सा एक स्टेज पहले तोड़ लेते हैं। अगर उनको ये बता दिया जाए कि 2 पिस्टल के गैप थोड़ा सा ज्यादा हो जाए, वो राइट स्टेज है। अगर ये हम समझाते हैं तो 30 से 40% जो प्रोडक्शन जो वेस्ट चला जाता है उसका उनको लाभ मिल सकता है। उनको करेक्ट स्टेज का पता नहीं है कि उसको कब उसको हार्वेस्ट किया जाए, तो ये हमारे उनको बता दें तो हम उनके प्रोडक्शन को सेव कर सकते हैं। जो वेस्टेज जा रहा है उसको हम सेव कर लगा 20 से 30% हम प्रोडक्शन को बढ़ा सकते हैं। इसका आप देखिए चट्टोपागढ़ का रतन जो होते हैं, इसका कलेक्शन ये कोटरा का देखिए आप, वहां पर आप देख करीब 5000 केजी ये प्रोडक्शन हुआ 2001 में। तो मैं अभी खत्म कर रहा हूं, एक मिनट। ये दूसरे तोड़ने से पहले तोड़ लें, ये क्या करते हैं कच्चे को तोड़ लेते हैं, तो कच्चे को तोड़ेंगे तो रेट कहां बैठेगा। अगर हम एक ऐसा रेगुलेशन करते हैं, उनका एक ऐसा एक टीम बना दें, भाई सब एक साथ तोड़ेंगे, तब जब थोड़ा राइटिंग स्टेज आ जाएगी उस समय तोड़ेंगे तो वो ज्यादा लाभ ले सकते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू। अपने
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद शर्मा जी, आपने समय का ख्याल रखा, उसके लिए आपके आभारी। बहुत अच्छी आपने जानकारी हम लोग प्रदान करी। अगले स्पीकर हमारे प्रोफेसर के शर्मा साहब हैं, फॉर्मर वाइस चांसलर एंड नेटवर्क डिपार्टमेंट जोलॉजी, महर्षि दयानंद सरस्वती यूनिवर्सिटी अजमेर से। सर 20 मिनट अभी ऑर्गेनाइजर आके बोल के ढाई लंच करना, उससे पहले सब बहुत अच्छी बात है।
समय देता हूं कि पकड़ लेता हूं, वो मैं तो माफ नहीं करते, इसलिए आप मेरे को
सर अब सांप से कंपेयर ना करिए
बस अभी टाइम लगाइए ना मुझसे जल्दी।
जी जी
ये आ गया ना। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आप सभी को प्रणाम और धन्यवाद। आप लोगों ने बहुत अच्छी जानकारी हासिल की और मैं कुछ वो जानकारी, बिकॉज पहले जितने भी स्पीकर्स थे उन्होंने बहुत रिकमेंडेशंस बताई और उन रिकमेंडेशंस को कैसे फुलफिल करें, उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन क्या होना चाहिए, उसके बारे में मैं आपको जानकारी दूंगा कि हाउ टू अचीव वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट। हम जब भी बात करते हैं विमेन एम्पावरमेंट की तो उसके अंदर एक चीज भूल जाते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ पर विमेन का एम्पावरमेंट शुरू से है और रहेगा भी, सिर्फ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन का अभाव है। 40,000 से ज्यादा कॉलेजेस हैं, 1,000 से ज्यादा यूनिवर्सिटीज, डीम्ड यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन बहुत कम है। इस वजह से क्या है कि कुछ गिने चुने नाम आते हैं और उनके कंट्रीब्यूशंस भी बहुत कम आते हैं। और मैं ये जानकारी आपको देने की कोशिश करूंगा कि जब भी ये जो पिक्चर मैंने ली है इसके अंदर ये if you see this thing, this is the most modern technology of teaching. Actually एजुकेशन के द्वारा ही हम सब कुछ प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। हम कितने भी कोशिशें करते हैं लेकिन एजुकेशन के अंदर हम साइंस को सही तरह से उन बच्चियों के अंदर नहीं डालेंगे तब तक वो नहीं जाएगी। और मैं एजुकेशन का ही सहारा लेते हुए दिल्ली के अंदर एनसीईआरटी के अंदर एक स्टूडियो है, सीआईटी स्टूडियो, उसमें साइंस के 37 सेशंस कर चुका हूं। किन के लिए? 6ठी 7वीं 8वीं क्लास के बच्चियों के लिए, क्योंकि उस एज के अंदर उनको यदि आप साइंस की नॉलेज देते हैं तो जैसे अभी शर्मा जी ने बताया, कटोच साहब ने भी बताया कि हमें कुछ रिकमेंडेशंस को इंप्लीमेंट करनी है वो एजुकेशन के द्वारा ही होगी, तो शुरू से हम उनको कल्टीवेट करें। नेक्स्ट, दिस इज द थिंग that is going on in the mind of वीमेन ऑल्सो, सभी के माइंड पे चलती रहती हैं। और ये जब साइंस की एजुकेशन आने के बाद में उनमें एम्पावरमेंट का जो बीच के अंदर दिखाई देगा, नाउ आई एम वेरी स्ट्रांग, आई एम वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट, आई कैन विन, आई कैन सक्सीड इन माय लाइफ। नेक्स्ट, maximum exploitation of existing human resources is possible by immediate engagement of women in science. Although women have been engaged in science, शुरू से हमारे यहाँ पर है, लेकिन उनको उन डायरेक्शंस के अंदर, जैसे अभी बताया कि यदि हम एग्रीकल्चर के अंदर जाते हैं, एग्रो फॉरेस्ट्री में जाते हैं, यदि इन टूल्स को इस्तेमाल करें, we can do better. Next. But historically, scientific field is found to be male dominant. ये आपने कई एग्जांपल भी दिए, डेटा भी दिए। Out of more than 600 awarded Nobel prizes till 2019, only 20 were given to women. इसको सोचने की बात है, ऐसा क्यों होता है? बहुत सारे और अवार्ड्स हैं, बहुत सारे ऐसी बॉडीज के अंदर भी है। यहाँ डायस पर 8 बहुत बड़े-बड़े लोग थे। एक मैडम मंजू शर्मा जी मेरे को नजर आ रही थी। बहुत सारी भारत के अंदर ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, बहुत सारी, जिनके अंदर आपको शायद रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं मिलता है। क्यों नहीं मिलता है? ये सोचने की बात है, इसको डिस्कस करने की बात है कि हम कहाँ जा रहे हैं, किनको एनकरेज कर रहे हैं, किनको डिस्करेज कर रहे हैं। रोजनफील्ड फ्रैंकलिन का एग्जांपल आपको पता होगा, जो बार्टल एंड क्रिक ने डिस्क्राइब किया था डीएनए का मॉडल, इट वाज द मेन कंट्रीब्यूशन बाय द रोजन, बट वेरी लिटिल एक्नॉलेजमेंट टू हर। नोबेल प्राइज वेंट टू वाटसन एंड क्रिक। ये सब आपको सोचने के बिंदु बताए जा रहे हैं कि किस तरह की सोसाइटी में हम एग्जिस्ट करते हैं, साइंस की लीडिंग सोसाइटी में। नेक्स्ट, ये कुछ प्रसिद्ध नाम है जो मैं ये स्लाइड इसलिए दिखाना चाहता था कि इतने बड़े कंट्री के अंदर, जहां हमारे पास में 70 करोड़ से ज्यादा, यदि हम 50% लेते हैं, we have got XX chromosomes, more than 50%. But what is the representation? Only just few. Why we don't document all the contributions? मैं निवेदन करूंगा गवर्नमेंट की उन एजेंसीज को कि बहुत सारे छोटे-छोटे कॉलेजेस के अंदर मैं नेशनल साइंस फेस्टिवल को 3-4 बार रिप्रेजेंट किया। इतने बढ़िया प्रोजेक्ट्स आते हैं, बच्चियों के भी होते हैं, बच्चों के भी होते हैं, परंतु डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के अभाव में वो कहीं भी नहीं जाते, वो बस लुप्त हो जाते हैं। 2 दिन के लिए उनको दिखाया जाता है, फिर उसके बाद में they disappear. So why don't we document? भले एक किसी कॉलेज या स्कूल के अंदर एक छोटे से बच्चे का कंट्रीब्यूशन है, आज डिजिटल युग आ गया, उसको क्यों ना हाईलाइट करें, क्यों ना बताएं कि हमारे यहाँ पर इतना सब कुछ हो रहा है। मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल के बाद में अभी बताऊंगा। नेक्स्ट, इनको मैं सैल्यूट करता हूँ, मंजू शर्मा जी के बारे में। मैं एक्चुअली आपका नाम सुना था, आपके कंट्रीब्यूशन सुना था, और मैं ये जानना चाहता था कि एक समय था, इट वाज 1960s, जब किसी को वीडियो ब्लास्ट सेल की जानकारी नहीं थी। मंजू जी मैं सही हूँ या नहीं हूँ? इट वाज शी प्रूड यूनिवर्सिटी में जाने के बाद में, यहाँ पर जब पीएचडी के बाद में, एंड यू नो बॉटनी के यहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोग बैठे हुए हैं, इस सेल की इतनी इंपॉर्टेंस थी, इस सेल के अंदर इतनी कैपेबिलिटीज होती हैं कि जिसने एक मलेशिया के अंदर बहुत बड़ा संसार खड़ा कर दिया। एंड दिस इज द कंट्रीब्यूशन, बट व्हाई वी काउंट ओनली वेरी फ्यू? देयर आर लॉट ऑफ, यहाँ पर भी बहुत सारे, अभी प्रोफेसर लोहिया साहब ने सुदीप्ति जी के बारे में बताया और वो मैडम के बारे में बताया, हर किसी के बहुत बड़े बड़े कंट्रीब्यूशंस हैं। अब वो समय आ गया है कि उनको हम एक्नॉलेज करें, उनको हाईलाइट करें और ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म पर उनको उजागर करें कि हमारे कंट्री के अंदर जो 70 करोड़ से ज्यादा बच्चियां हैं, महिलाएं हैं, पढ़ रही हैं, साइंस कर रही हैं, फॉरेस्ट में भी हैं, इनके बहुत सारे योगदान हैं। दुनिया को दिखाएंगे इनके योगदान किस लेवल के हैं। नेक्स्ट, दिस इज दिस है, I got this help from her publications when she was doing postdoctoral research. I was really fascinated और मैंने कई बॉटनिस्ट से जानकारी प्राप्त की। मेरे को ऐसा लगा कि इग्नोरेंस बहुत ज्यादा थी। मैंने कहा कि आप इस तरह की रिसर्च करें जिसमें कि एक बहुत बड़ा नाम कंट्री को दिया। डॉक्टर मंजू शर्मा ने इस तरह की बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, ज़ूलॉजी में भी है, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी में भी, बॉटनी में भी है, केमिस्ट्री में भी है। नेक्स्ट, imparting science education to the entire population expedites the accomplishment of scientific and technological progression. It is a must. Next, अभी एक बच्ची का एक प्रोजेक्ट था 5-6 दिन पहले, ऐसा लग रहा था कि पूरे संसार को समेटे हुए। And she designed a model by which we can live very comfortably. Varieties of things were given, but the contribution were only for that 20-30 minutes when she was presenting her thing. I asked the principal of the college that why don't you highlight this thing? Why don't you make a documentation? एक रिपोर्ट ही बना ले कम से कम, उस रिपोर्ट को प्रेजेंट करें कि भाई हमारे यहाँ पर इस तरह का काम हो रहा है। नेक्स्ट 1999 में नेशनल अकेडमी ऑफ साइंस इंडिया ने मेरे को स्वर्ण जयंती पुरस्कार दिया था और डॉक्टर वीपी शर्मा साहब ही वाज देयर, भोपाल के अंदर कॉन्फ्रेंस थी और मैंने रोबोटिक हैंड बनाया था। रोबोटिक हैंड का प्रोटोटाइप अभी 4 दिन पहले कूकस के एक इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में देखने को मिला। एक बच्ची ने बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत सुंदर, यूजिंग द 3D प्रिंटिंग टेक्नोलॉजी विद द प्लास्टिक। इट वाज वेरी नाइस एंड दे आर गोइंग वेरी फार। नेक्स्ट, and majority of the girl students with this science and technology knowledge they got maximum prizes. मेरे को बहुत खुशी हुई कि बच्चियां women they are coming very fast। जितने भी अच्छे इंटरनेशनल लेवल के प्रोजेक्ट्स थे जिनमें गर्ल स्टूडेंट्स का कंट्रीब्यूशन सबसे ज्यादा था। नेक्स्ट, you can see this thing। next, Udipti is sitting here, she was also there in the conference जो प्रोफेसर लोहिया साहब ने जिक्र किया था, doing wonderful work related to water and the environmental issues, so she also delivered a talk there। next, science and technology remove superstitions, change mindset, removes fear and make strong human being with empowerment। next, ये बच्ची है, ये बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रही है, बताओ। ऑफ कोर्स शी इज असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर इन एनसीईआरटी। साइंस एजुकेशन को आगे बढ़ाना, देखिए हम रिसर्च करेंगे, रिसर्च को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, रिसर्च को पूरी दुनिया में फैलाएंगे। इसको वीडियो पे चला नीचे क्लिक करना। तो शी इज टेलिंग दैट हाउ साइंस इज एजुकेटिंग। बस 2 मिनट के अंदर खत्म करने वाला हूं, पर्ची भेजने की जरूरत नहीं है, खत्म होने वाला।
I wish to say something about science, technology and women empowerment. According to technology has played wonders in women empowerment. Be it a lay women who has not been so much educated. So science and technology has given so many gadgets.
ये ग्लिम्स था, ये एक टीचर है जो मास के थाउजेंड्स के अंदर स्टूडेंट्स को साइंस एजुकेशन प्रोवाइड कर रही है। साइंस करना, साइंस को इम्प्लीमेंट करना, साइंस को आगे बढ़ाना। नेक्स्ट, these are some wonderful examples from our country. These are the really brave ladies with the knowledge of the science. They are conquering the world. Next, very nice picture of Kalpana Chawla. She is also from Indian origin. Next, अब बात आती है, बस 3 स्लाइड है। ज्यादातर लोग ये कहते हैं कि ये सांप है, सांप का स्टडी करना चाहिए या नहीं करना चाहिए। पहली स्थिति बनी हुई है बिकॉज़ ऑफ द लैक ऑफ नॉलेज। मैंने बहुत सारे लोगों को देखा, नियरली 98% people they are having fear of snakes. Snakes are wealth of India. I delivered a talk in the 100-year celebration of the Chennai Snake Park. Snakes are wealth of India. A cobra has got more than 10,000 rupees venom. It is not being utilized properly. Students को भी पता नहीं है, फीमेल्स को भी पता नहीं है, मेल्स की भी जानकारी नहीं है। ज्यादातर ये कहते हैं अरे ये लड़की है क्या सांप पर रिसर्च करेगी। तो ये कुछ बच्चियां हैं, they have been trained to handle the snake and comfortably, इनको बिल्कुल भी डर नहीं लगा ट्रेनिंग के बाद में। now they are very good and very confident। next, ये ज्यादातर कहते हैं कि भगत सिंह दूसरों के घरों में बनाने चाहिए, कोई भी अपने घर के अंदर। तो ये मेरी वाइफ है, मैं हूँ। 50,000 लोग सांप के काटने से प्रतिवर्ष मरते हैं and there is no remedy to it. Simply people they give, you go and catch it, you go and rescue it. सांप को भी मारते हैं और खुद भी कटवाने से मर जाते हैं। So we are doing this service to the society under the banner of the National Academy of Science India, because science should go to the society. Science publications are useless until unless it doesn't help society. तो हम लोग ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं। मैंने मेरी वाइफ को कहा कि प्लीज हेल्प। उसने कहा कि मेरे को डर लगता है। आप डर नहीं लगता, आई एम होल्डिंग अ वेरी बिग स्नेक, दैट इज अ रॉयल स्नेक, और सिर्फ ये सिंबॉलिक बताने के लिए है कि हमें डरना नहीं चाहिए। जिस दिन हमारे भारत की बच्चियां स्नेक से डरेंगे नहीं, उनको हैंडल करेंगे, उन पर रिसर्च करेंगे, इट्स अ विजनरी रिसर्च, देन वी विल हैव वंडरफुल वर्ल्ड इन इंडिया। नेक्स्ट चैलेंजेस, मैं आपको लास्ट कुछ चैलेंजेस हैं। देखिए, reports reveal that female doctoral students experience more stress compared to males. In addition to family responsibilities, female research scholars are affected by the general stress factors like difficulty in management of time and family। ये सारी चीजों की हमने जिक्र किया, हमें इस पर गौर करना चाहिए। मैं गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज को लिखूंगा कि अगली स्लाइड जैसी स्थिति नहीं होनी चाहिए। नेक्स्ट, day before yesterday you have seen this situation in IIT BHU campus। ये स्थितियां हमको ठीक है, हम साइंस के द्वारा उनको कॉन्फिडेंस देते हैं, साइंस के द्वारा उनको एम्पावरमेंट देते हैं, लेकिन हमें कुछ ऐसे रास्ते निकालने चाहिए कि बच्चियां भी 3 बजे रिसर्च क्यों नहीं कर सकती लेबोरेटरी के अंदर। When she was moving at 1:45 in BHU IIT campus, the bad situation happened. This is happening everywhere। ये कोई ऐसा नहीं है। हमें इन बहुत हार्ड फैक्ट्स को भारत के सामने, एजेंसीज के सामने, आप सब लोगों के सामने आना चाहिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर पेशेंस हियरिंग। आई न्यू इन टाइम, मैंने अपनी गाड़ी से खत्म कर लिया, और कोई भी इस विषय में आपकी कोई जानकारी चाहिए तो कल और आज में उपलब्ध हूँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू। Now I request Dr. Rita Singh, Professor Chairperson, Division of Molecular and Technology and Reproduction, Department of Zoology, University of Delhi, to give her talk.
So please, yes sir, give me maybe few seconds.
टेक्नोलॉजी का पूरा ड्राइंग।
Okay, so Shri Krishna told that हम सबसे बड़ी वॉर अपनों के साथ लड़ते हैं, लेकिन एक औरत, एक लड़की सबसे बड़ी वॉर अपनी हेल्थ के साथ लड़ती है, और आधी जिंदगी वो कुछ ऐसी चीजों में फंसी रहती है जिसको वो शायद समझ नहीं पाती। अगर वो समझ जाए तो शायद वुमेन अपने ही कर्तव्यों को और एफिशिएंटली कर पाएगी। क्योंकि कई बार मैं देखती हूँ कि पीएचडी स्टूडेंट्स भी 1-2 दिन की छुट्टी लेती हैं, तो वो सारी चीजें, कई बार यंग गर्ल्स से मेरी बहुत बात हुई तो उनको लगता है कि हमें तो मैडम बहुत डिप्रेशन होता है, आजकल की जिंदगी ऐसी। Then when I explained to them some facts, then they started feeling all right. Just by knowing the fact about their own body, they were much more happier, they were much more confident. So I am going to share with you certain things which we thought we should know, but most of us generally tend to not have that kind of awareness. So this is about how our mind works in a female's body, but then it has a lot to do with the male body too. So how we connect hormones with our neural function and how that impacts our decisions, our confidence, our self-control. So now, to empower women, there are many things which have been talked about by the government, by various women activists, and the Honorable Madam Manju Sharma and Honorable ICMR ex-chairperson Dr. Bhargav and Dr. Loya. Thank you very much for making this conference possible. Next slide. So these hormones are something which we must learn. Next slide. So there are many things which are being looked upon for awareness to women so that they know their rights in various different fields. But there is something which they must know. Next slide. So there has to be empowerment feminist therapy. Why just feminist therapy? This is the question why we should only counsel, and why not counsel everybody? But there are certain things which I'm going to share with you next. Their hormonal changes during the cycle, they impact them. They have various kind of bodily health related issues with which they start linking to their actual medical health. But that is not at all medical health problem. Next slide. Now what happens through the menstrual cycle is that these hormones, which are called female hormone estrogen and other hormone progesterone, which are being controlled by gonadotropins, which are released from the brain centers, pituitary and hypothalamus. So if you see here, their brain skills, their imagination, their memory, their confidence, everything, calmness of the mind, everything changes during the cycle. And just before the menstruation, they feel so depressed as if the life has gone and everything is, पूरी जिंदगी जैसे कि सारे दोस्त खराब हैं, सब टीचर्स खराब हैं, parents को अच्छे नहीं लग रहे. So all those kind of negative feelings will come. Next slide. Now let's see what happens in our brain. We have two very important centers in our brain. One is amygdala, it's just here behind the ear, and hippocampus. Did you ever think that these are both estrogen target organs, target tissues in the brain? So now amygdala binds estrogen. What does it do? It takes away all the fear which you have. And when estrogen is not there, then you feel fearful, you lose confidence, you feel insecurities. Similarly, hippocampus. Hippocampus controls our memory. It controls many of those functions. So it is also binding estrogen. And when you don't have estrogen, I mean reduced in a normal young women, but in post-menopausal women, almost nil or very less, then what happens? We feel fearful. बच्चों के पीछे पड़े रहते हैं, ये करो, ये मत करो, यहाँ मत जाना, वहाँ मत जाना. So mothers are always worried. Why? They are not cynical. It's about their hormones. Next. So this horse-shaped hippocampus is the region which becomes bigger when estrogen increases, and it changes size. Next. Amygdala, it is something which gives you strength of mind. Next. These two things, they also give you strength to make decisions. Most of the time, women feel so, loss of confidence and fearful of the situation that they don't want to come in front on the stage and face the audience. They just heart starts palpitating. Next. So these two things make the women's ability to increase and peak their confidence during the mid-cycle and make them more, smart. Now the second aspect about these hormones. Do you think the maleness comes from the male hormone testosterone? So let me now tell you that in the brain, there are specific periods when the male fetus is developing, the male child is developing. Brain has certain portions where the aromatase enzyme is expressed. The testosterone made in the testes goes to the brain, and there it gets converted to estrogen. And this estrogen, the brain estrogen, the neurosteroid estrogen, controls the male pattern of brain differentiation. Next slide. So this is one of the papers published in Cell, where they showed that how estrogen masculinizes the brain of a male child, and there are a few papers which show that how brain differentiates, and this differentiation, next slide, is dependent on neurosteroids. It means that these estrogens are made in the brain, and this was first time reported by Athene Pauli, one of the French physiologists. Next slide. Now, this is not just the steroids. Now, our brain functions in a sense that there are neurotransmitters, the majority of it, GABA, which is a negative or inhibitory neurotransmitter, which keeps our brain cool, calm. Now, these receptors for GABA, they have binding sites, regulatory sites for neurosteroids, for estrogen. So if there is imbalance of this hormone, it will affect GABA. And then the peace of mind, the anxiety, all those things will not be controlled so properly. So that changes with the pattern of the estrogen. Next slide. But it is not that just at all. Now this GABA receptors are there in the beta cells of the pancreas. And GABA is also produced by beta cells. So what happens? If your GABA levels are not normal, then what will happen? Your beta cells will be unhappy. And if you are very stressed, your GABA is getting affected, your hormones getting affected, and it is going to cause the pancreas not to function properly, and the insulin will not be released so efficiently. So then it will take towards the diabetic mode or the susceptibility. Next slide. That is not all. Again, the neurosteroids regulate adult neurogenesis. People think that neurons develop only during the gestation or during childhood or adolescence. But then there is something called adult neurogenesis, and this neurogenesis has been very well established both in human and rats. Next slide. And these complex patterns of neurons. In fact, I must tell you all, if people drink in the adolescent stage, these neurons don't develop this complexity, and those people fail in their 40s. So this is the thing that alcohol also interferes in all that, but this is beside the steroid thing. So now this complexity of these steroids, they affect our pancreas, they affect our mental health, and then the immunity. You see, our neural centers regulate our various functions, and neuroinflammation is something which is caused because of this imbalances of the neurosteroids. And if you have neuroinflammation and the regeneration of the central nervous system is affected, then the person will feel absolute lack of confidence, lack of normalcy in the functions of the body. In addition to the reproductive functions, the regulation of social recognition, which is one of the most important factors in the awareness of your presence in the society, is not completely normal. Next slide. So, estrogens, brain makes several neurosteroids, and these neurosteroids, they go and regulate GABA receptors, they regulate NMDA receptors, and all these things are related to this anxiety, stress, seizures, depression, and then all the diseases linked to the cognition, Alzheimer's, and all those things. So this is something which is very important for everyone to know. And next slide. So this is not all. So this is a normal thing which I explained to you. This is introductory to what I am going to share now. Now, birth control pills are something which every woman takes, and hormonal, which has both estrogen and progesterone. Whether you take combination or just take progesterone, both are not good for your body. But I am going to share and keep focusing on the estrogen combination pills. Next slide. They all, the various COCs which are being used in the commercially, they have all these steroids. Next slide. So now people don't tell you that these are not just stopping your hormones and making you not ovulate and have a birth control, or the young girls need it these days. So it affects your thyroid. It will make the hormonal neuroendocrine axis haywire, and thyroid hormone release gets affected. Next slide. And then chances of cancer increases in the breast, and this is some data which shows that with age the susceptibility to have cancer over long-term use of OCs is there. Next slide. Now, that is not all. Again, here, nobody tells you that long-term use, more than 1 year use of COC will make you more susceptible for blood clots. There is increased risk of blood clots, there is increased additional factors which can lead to diabetes, obesity, obesity, hypertension, and if somebody is smoking, the girls as well, that can aggravate your situation. Next slide. And this is shown that your heart attacks will appear only after 40s. So you won't know in your youth that you are going to succumb to these things very soon. Next slide. So that is why one has to think about what happened to the male contraceptives. If you see the data, there are 11 methods for contraception for females. There the females win. But there are only 2 in the market for males. And you know which one's a vasectomy and the... Okay, it's functioning. Oh, it's gone. Okay, no problem. So there is a need for the new male contraceptives, which male system is much simpler than the female system, but hormones have never been made for males, or they are not marketed. So now there is a third issue which I am going to talk about, which can cause. So now this is here where the estrogen from COCs can interfere with your mental faculties. They can cause you various kind of depression, obesity, and all those kind of things. But then now comes a situation where a female is pregnant and the baby is born. Either it is female or male, we know, or any other gender, which happens because of the problems. But now if you think that if environmentally, do you know that bisphenol A is an estrogen? It is an estrogen, but it's a partial estrogen. At lower concentration, it acts like an antagonist. At higher concentration, it acts like an antagonist plus estrogenic. So it causes more damages than you thought. So now you see that when a female child does not have to have any estrogen in her body, then what happens? You are giving more estrogen. So the female child may get earlier, the menarche. But now let's see the situation of a male child. Now the male child's brain, which has to get the aggression and balance neurosteroids, now is getting estrogen-like partial agonist, which will go and stop the estrogen action, and that's what is going to affect the complete, not only neurogenesis during childhood, but also the adult neurogenesis and all the mental faculties which may cause. So if you see, even boys are very sensitive these days. छोटी सी बात पे नाराज हो जाते हैं. पहले क्या करते थे? Okay, mama, bye, मैं जा रहा हूँ. But now they will stop talking. That was not the trait of boys. They are more sensitive. So these are the aspects which I am saying that we must be aware of, so that we can tackle our day-to-day health problems. And many women are facing PCOD, PCOS, menstrual irregularities. So now what is that is causing to your mental health? You are most of the time having some immune disorders. You are having obesity, because all this is making you more susceptible to all these things. But the most important, yes, I am winding up. Just 1 minute if I can get. This is the last sentence. I want to correlate it. That now estrogens, they control the negative feedback to gonadotropins. So now if you have environmental estrogens, whether through COCs, oral contraceptives, or whether from the plastics, or whether from any pesticides, what they are going to do is they are going to inhibit your pituitary functions. Now what will happen? There will be more secretion of gonadotropins because the negative feedback is gone, and that's what happens in the post-menopausal women. Our FSH is high, LH is high. Even the male post-menopausal males, or adult old males, they have higher LH levels then. So this gonadotropin levels, they also manipulate your insulin responses. It inhibits insulin responses. So you become more susceptible to develop diabetes. First you become obese and then you become diabetic. So that is why, to control your health, your depression and everything, and then just forget about it. You are strong and you are not having any medical problem. And to regulate that and remain normal, you must know your environment. So women empowerment will only when we have all these things in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much indeed for maintaining the time. Thank you.
Have I taken much?
No, maintaining the time. Thank you. Thank you. So the next speaker of this session is Dr. Barkha Khilwani. She's a postdoctoral fellow of the University of Rajasthan.
A very good afternoon to all. We started this session of women empowerment by Rally's talk by Professor Katoj. Dr. Katoj started like how the Indian women are getting the schemes but are not still being benefited, and there is still some lag between how the government schemes are formulated but are not implementing or reaching the rural government. Now, what I'll be talking about in the state of Rajasthan, how the woman entrepreneur is being developed. From the beginning, when we talk about the women as an entrepreneur, we ourselves have the ability. Not only we are not even equal, we are much higher and stronger than the male population because we have the ability to multitask, not only at work, but when we have to manage at home. Simultaneously, we can take care of a child, cook, and do these things. These are kind of the work that is there, so that we have a persuasive power. You all know that if your mother tells you to do something, हमको जैसे भी करके वो मनवा के रखते हैं कि हाँ आपको ये करना है. Similarly, we have a style of solving these problems. So these are the ability of the women that could be utilized to be a good entrepreneur. So all over the world we have seen that there are more than 252 million women entrepreneurs. But these 250 million are not all over the world, but they are the major contribution by only a few nations. As you can see over here, the developing nations, they have made it a necessity for the women to take the partnership and move the families and contribute towards the financial sources. So that is why they are there. But in India, the bar is very less. The percentage of females that we are contributing is only 2.6% of the world of women entrepreneurs that we are seeing today. So in India, we categorize the women entrepreneurs as any industry which has a 50% capital share by the women, and it is providing employment to more than 50%, at least, so that the leadership is by women and more females are also employed under this. And when we talk about India, only 22% of the industries are in the country that are led by the women industries. And in that India also, our Rajasthan is very low. The 5,000 startups in Maharashtra, this is a achievable target. But in Rajasthan, we see only 763. So when we talk about women entrepreneurship, we are not empowering women also. हमको अभी जो चाहिए, हमको चाहिए कि utilize the power that women has. It is not about only equality. It is about using the women, that their potential that they have, to utilize that multitasking ability that we see. That is the normal underutilized potential that the 50% of our population is possessing. It is already there. हमको उसको use करके अपने nation को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए काम करना चाहिए. And it will definitely give a positive repercussions on the society. As already mentioned that by Manju Sharma ma'am, that when we teach a mother, a female, the whole family is educated, and that family is a part of the country and the world. So that will be the challenge. Yes. So these, when we promoted by the country, started by the M.S. Swaminathan sir, and in the 6-year, 5-year plan of our country, it was instigated that the women should be given a platform to present our country and have the opportunity to do that. And that started various programs all through the country, and it was led by our respected Manju Sharma ma'am. And still, DST, especially Department of Science and Technology, is giving various opportunities at different levels, at the school, colleges, and further for the postdoctoral research and the entrepreneurship. Next page, please. But what are the challenges we still facing? Why are we still so much lagging behind it? कि हमारे पास कहने को कहते हैं कि हाँ वुमेन को अभी भी empowered है, but अभी भी इनको क्यों पीछे खींचा जा रहा है, या क्या challenges है जिनके कारण हम इतना आगे नहीं बढ़ पा रहे? The first, the lack of social and institutional support. ये हमने देखा है कि हम जो खुद की ही फैमिली में जितना परसेंटेज काम कर रहे हैं, हमको उतना ज्यादा टाइम नहीं मिल पाता कि हम उसको दे पाए. जैसे सर ने कहा कि कई बार ये होता है कि वुमेन खुद पीछे हट जाती है कि नहीं, मेरे को इस झंझट में नहीं पड़ना. अगर आप उसको उतना रिलीफ और उतना कंफर्ट दोगे, तभी उसको सपोर्ट मिलेगा कि शी कैन मोटिवेट टू डू सम अदर वर्क एंड डू द एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. The poor funding. जैसे हमने ये देखा है कि अगर कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट भेजा जाता है, इंस्टीट्यूटिंग अ ग्रांट, जब हम इशू करते हैं उसको, तो उस ग्रांट इशू करने में भी जहाँ फीमेल का नाम आ जाएगा तो एक इनोवेशन आ जाता है. और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में और साथ आता है कि इससे फायदा कितना होता है, या अगर आपने फंडिंग दे दी तो उसके बाद उस फंडिंग को आगे कितना ले जा पाएंगे लोग. तो still the 91%, the major chunk of the financing in the women entrepreneurship is self-financing or by the family, because there is no special, because no trust is taken into that. Similarly, not just the finances, but the raw material. जैसे किसी एक वुमेन को अगर अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट करना है, बिजनेस स्टार्ट करने में फाइनेंसेस तो मिल गए, उसके पास है, पर उसको जो रॉ मटेरियल चाहिए वो इंडस्ट्री उसको नहीं देगी कि ये आपकी पावर आपने 2 साल बाद खत्म कर दिया, तो हाउ विल यू स्टार्ट विद इट, आप कितने टाइम सर्वाइव कर पाओगे. तो दे डोंट ट्रस्ट, दे हैव दैट सोशल स्टिग्मा स्टिल दैट if entrepreneurship is related or is focused on a woman, it is led by it is not that reliable. Next slide please. Limited mobility. Yes, as a female we have the power, but we cannot move, so that we are restricted to our place, maybe due to family or our personal inhibitions, and sometimes minor like the safety issues. We have seen that, like K.K. Sharma sir mentioned, that the PHU, the students are there, they have the opportunity, but they are still not feeling safe. So how can we work in the lab like 3 o'clock if you are made not safe? And अगर हमको दूसरी जगह जाने के में ही डर लगेगा, दूसरी सिटी में अलग ट्रैवल करने में डर लगेगा, तो आप वहां जाके बिजनेस एस्टैब्लिश करना will be a great another thing. Next please. Another important aspect is literacy. Once you are educated, you know it that you have the power in you. तो इसका सबसे पहले स्कूल एजुकेशन से ही स्टार्ट होता है. जब हमने इंडिपेंडेंस के बाद से वी हैव बाय बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, इससे हमने बहुत ज्यादा गैप को रिड्यूस किया, but still in the male and female ratio of the literacy there is still a gap, and this gap has to be fulfilled, and it has to be equal education to be provided. And specifically in Rajasthan, the literacy gap is huge. There are 47% of women in the state of Rajasthan are illiterate now, and because of the child marriages, they are married below the legal age, and therefore the progress is inhibited. But these are the various challenges, but the government is trying to overcome these. These entrepreneurships, the schemes, I'll just briefly tell you that what are in Rajasthan the schemes provided by the government. Next slide please. To promote the entrepreneurship programs. First of all, I'll just briefly go through these because of the time constraint. Like the I Start Rajasthan. This is a flagship initiative by the government of Rajasthan that provides not only funding, it provides the economic growth. Like आपने start कर दिया, पर उसको maintain करना और चलाना. Yes, बिल्कुल. Yes, sir. So in this I Start mentorship, we give the opportunity to the women entrepreneurs to by the state government not only to start it but maintain an entrepreneurship. These are the other female founders. This is specifically not only we have to get the funding, but we have to know and mentorship, like how to sell a product, how to make it reach to the society. These are some other programs. There are various workshops or sessions conducted by the government. Next. And like Startup India Fund Scheme. This was the initiative by the central government, and they provide different opportunities at different levels, not only the initial funding, but the advisory and further the incubators and how to proceed with it. Taking that into consideration, in our Rajasthan, by the Vanasthali Vidyapeeth, they use this program and they are providing up to 50 lakh funds to the women entrepreneurs to initiate them and to make them more workable towards this. And Mukhyamantri Laghu Ayog, इन्होंने mainly जो राजस्थान में काम किया, Rajasthan has a rich art and culture from the historic point of view. To promote that Laghu Udyog wala, they have very subsidized interest rates where they have provided the loans so that more and more craftsmanship could be motivated. Similarly, Indra Mahila Shakti, जिन्होंने इसमें जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है वो कम इंटरेस्ट पे या जीरो इंटरेस्ट पे फीमेल्स को स्पेसिफिकली लोन्स प्रोवाइड कर दिया. Similarly, the Udyogini, that's an interest-free loan scheme. और इनका रिजल्ट भी आया. ये सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि ये सिर्फ एक योजनाएं हैं. इन योजनाओं का हमारे पास वो भी है. We can see that in just 1 year, from 29,500 women-owned MSMEs, we have gone to 75,900 MSMEs in just 1 year. These are by all the schemes that are initiated by the state government. And talking after the numbers, we see some faces. These are some famous entrepreneurs of Rajasthan. Like they have done wonders in their own fields. Princess Diya Kumari, Astha Agarwal, next. Kamla Podar ma'am, Jeshive, they are the educationists, and they have initiated the education system in the Rajasthan. Yeah. In the Rajasthan University, we have recently got the Vice Chancellor is Professor Alpana. And this is supported by various programs. Like our academy, the NASI that we are talking about, it has been promoting women in science for various levels. And we have seen the fellowship program by the NASI that always promotes women to apply and participate into various schemes. And we can see that even the NASI Platinum Jubilee Young Scientists, 4 to 5 amongst the 20 are the female candidates that are getting promoted into these schemes. And in the NASI Rajasthan chapter, we have our 2-star entrepreneurs that we have been listening to, and we'll have a few more detailed lectures by them tomorrow, like Sufia ma'am and Sudipti ma'am. And these are the comments by the women entrepreneurs, by these and by me. These are the comments that we want a field that we can have a level playing. And I just want to thank you all, especially NASI Rajasthan chapter, for providing the platform, and especially Loya sir and Purohit sir for this opportunity. Thank you.
So before we close the session, I request Professor Manju Sharma to say a few words.
I know all of you are getting hungry now, so I won't make a speech. But fact that from all of this, one thing which is very clear is that for entrepreneurship development, especially based on science and technology, we have to encourage, enthuse, and involve more women scientists of the country. And especially in Rajasthan, I was very happy to see the data, and we must encourage such women. I believe that enthusing, encouraging, and motivating women scientists is the crux of the whole issue. Thank you.
Before we break for the lunch, I would request all the speakers to kindly receive their mementos in the hands of the chairpersons sitting over here. I request Dr. Manju Sharma to please come over here to present the memento.
और वन बाय वन वन बाय वन आप आइए
Yes, next.
नेशनल इम्पोर्टेंस हो जाता है उतना सिलेक्टिव हो जाते हैं, ऐसा क्यों? तो whereas state universities etc. they are much more at par and they have proper representation. This is where we start seeing the problems. All headcount faculty has improved 1993, 2003, 2013. It has improved consistently. Females amongst all full professors have also increased somewhat. But if you look at all-time full faculty, then female percentage hasn't changed much, 14.6, 15.8, 15.7. And that is not so good, So at leadership roles, the numbers keep coming down. ये मैंने इंडियन नेशनल साइंस एकेडमी के लिए लिया था इस पब्लिकेशन से. If you look at percentage of women, the total is 5.6%. And different subjects में तो और भी इसके differences दिख रहे हैं. Chemistry में आप देखिए 0.1%, physics में 3.3%, medical, animal sciences, etc. better. But how has it done with time? With time, if you look at this thing, I will make this chart. Biology and medicine total has improved from 5.6, it's gone to 9.3. But biology and medicine is still 24 to 25% is what it is. Maths, physics, and chemistry, I do not know. Of course, engineers is also low. Now in the science academy, the number of engineers are few. But chemistry, why it should be so low, I really do not know. And we haven't been able to find an answer to this. But overall percentage has improved. And of course, I've taken this graph from one of our recent posters in which we collected all the fellows elected in the 3 academies, and roughly 10%. NASI is the best with 13%, And this has happened over years. If you look at the last 10 years, that's when the number of women inducted in these academies has gone up reasonably, to some extent, I should say. But even then, where is the 48.5%? We are far, far below it. If you look at the challenges for young faculty, and some of these factors are common, whether it is science or arts or any kind of career. One is the lack of mentors. Women, they like to do their own work on their own and do not look out for mentors. Nor do, people also do not mentor women so much. It's changing with time, but that is a very, very important factor. Second challenge which comes for women is lack of assertiveness. तो वो अपना ग्राउंड कई बार वो रखते नहीं है. even though they know that they are correct, they will not assert themselves and let others take over the podium or this thing. And this is largely because women are much more sensitive about log kya kahenge. They've been brought up like that, and this is part and parcel of the problem, that you have to be assertive. If you know you're right, you should just say so. Even if you're somewhat doubtful, you should say so, because men are saying it anyway. Very often you'll find men have said something, and then you go back and find that वो तो गलत था, लेकिन उस समय आप चुप रहे, वो बोल गए, तो लोगों ने तो उन्हीं का सुना. तो आप थोड़ा सा भी अगर डाउटफुल हो तो भी कह दो, ये जो भी आप कहना चाहते हैं कह दो. Then lack of networking. A part of the problem is that women do not have time to network, because they have less time to network, because they are so busy. They have to take care of their families, they have to take care of all other things. तो अपना काम कर रहे हैं, यही बहुत है. नेटवर्किंग का टाइम कहाँ है?
But networking is very important because that's how people come to know who you are. हमने एक बार एक प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोज किया था, इनफैक्ट जीपीटी में ही किया था, प्रतिमा सिन्हा एंड माई सेल्फ. इट डिडंट गेट सैंक्शन्ड एंड बाद में हमने पूछा कि क्यों नहीं सैंक्शन हुआ, तो उन्होंने कहा ये प्रतिमा कौन है, ये शोभना कौन है, वी डोंट नो. अरे वी डोंट नो, प्रोजेक्ट तो है ना, प्रोजेक्ट में तो हमने सब कुछ लिखा था. तो तब हमें रियलाइज हुआ कि इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट टू लेट पीपल नो हु यू आर. ओके, and that is very important because it is how you make people know. Even now, I also when I look at a project, if I know the authors, then I already know इनके capabilities कैसे हैं. If I don't know them, तो review करना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है because then you have to find out that information. So networking is very important. Then there is a challenge of lack of sensitivity from others. अभी कई जगह जो है मीटिंग्स हैं वो शाम को रखते हैं. Women have to go home because there are other responsibilities. So how can you have meetings outside office hours? If you tell them, they say, अच्छा आपको आने की जरूरत नहीं है, हम कर देंगे मीटिंग. But that is not the right attitude ना. तो आपको असर करके करना, कहना होगा नहीं ऐसा नहीं है, हम भी इम्पोर्टेंट है, आप मीटिंग ऑफिस आवर्स में रखो. Then of course problems during pregnancy is yet another problem because you have to take away time, you have to deal with it, and of course this comes along with lack of facilities, down to earth facilities, you know. So creche, for instance, I mean, how do you attend a conference if you have a young child? You know, some people have support at home and they can leave the child at home. But why should there not be creches at the conference site so that people can bring their children and put in the creche and then attend? At least that option will be there. But that thought is no. Creche तो institute में नहीं है तो conference में कहाँ creche होगा? So these are challenges which are likely to persist. I mean, people are coming out of many things, but these are likely to persist over time, and one has to come out of it for being successful as a young faculty. There's no, and I must add to this that of course I haven't mentioned the work-life balance. So having support from your spouse, your family members is extremely important. That is also changing very slowly, but then you know, hopefully. And I must say, I'm very, I admire the current day young generation. वो तो अपना spouse को बहुत select कर लेते हैं, cooking आती है, घर का काम आता है, ये सब पूछ के तभी शादी करती है, और ऐसा ही होना चाहिए, okay? So the household work should be shared as equally as is possible. In general, in India, we are very lucky that we, in Government of India or publicly sponsored places, there is no discrimination in pay, in freedom of research topics, in intramural or even extramural funds for research, the usage of capital equipment, general material benefits such as housing allocations, student allocations. On an average, it is not, the discrimination is not really there. I mean, थोड़ा बहुत इधर उधर तो होता होगा, लेकिन by and large, these are not. So actually, biodata कह रहे थे. So I have been working with biology of malaria parasite, and there are many topics that I have done research on and published. But to begin with, when I joined as a young faculty, my main topic was immunity to malaria. And in that molecular dissection of protective immunity, it required field samples. तो बेसिकली हम ये देख रहे थे कि जो लोग एंडेमिक एरिया में रहते हैं वो मलेरिया डिजीज से इम्यून हो जाते हैं जब तक वो एडल्ट बन जाते हैं. बच्चों को होता है, but by the time they become adult, they become immune. Whereas जो लोग मलेरिया टोटली मलेरिया एंडेमिक एरिया में नहीं रहते हैं, उसमें सभी लोग ससेप्टेबल होते हैं, सभी एज ग्रुप्स के. तो फिर हमने ये कोशिश की कि at the time I joined, which was late 80s, मॉलिक्यूलर बायोलॉजी टेक्निक लगा के कि डिफरेंशियल स्क्रीनिंग करे पेशेंट सैंपल्स और इम्यून सैंपल्स से। लेकिन इम्यून सैंपल्स कैसे कलेक्ट करें? पेशेंट सैंपल्स आर not so difficult to collaborate with hospitals, doctors, etc., which is well possible in cities. But endemic areas are like Odisha, like Northeast. So, as young faculty, how does one do collection of samples? So, this is where you have to network, you have to collaborate, but you have to go occasionally once in a while also. And the example I have is essentially not so much immune sample, but we wanted to collect blood samples for Plasmodium falciparum culture. So this is, you have to collect it and immediately culture within a few hours. So we coordinated with Surat. At that time, Surat had huge number of malaria. It was really reeling under malaria. And we had to return the same day and put them in culture. Once again, getting a doctor and getting them to help was not such a major problem. But the day we went into, and we had to go in monsoon, malaria is a monsoon disease thing. We went in monsoon and there was a flood and the trains got cancelled. So on the way back, me and my young technician, I was like 34 years old and my technician was 20 years old. So we had to come back immediately. And Surat is like 3 hours of drive, 3 to 4 hours drive from Mumbai. So how to do it in the evening at night? So they had to organize a special safety, so special taxi by which we came back at night, cultured it and had the cultures going. But these are all challenges. These are all basically challenges as women. I mean, if I was a man, I guess it didn't matter. I mean, I would just take any shared taxi and come back and so on. So how to correct it? So some of these reforms in education, mentoring and academic publishing, I'm showing on this panel. One major problem is that of gender harassment. This is not sexual harassment, but you know, basically लड़कियों को mean करना कि तुम्हें तो कुछ आता ही नहीं है, तुम जाओ किचन में कुकिंग करो, तुम्हें क्या इससे काम करना, ऐसी बातें बहुत की जाती है लैब में भी, घर में भी, सब जगह. तो that necessity of sensitivity to the issue of gender harassment is absolutely necessary and उसके लिए workshop करना चाहिए and system wide changes लाना चाहिए. And here I would say India is not the only country. Worldwide I have seen this problem. And there is worldwide problem. You must have seen some of those Boston reports and so on. I won't go into it right now. But the part of the problem, like for instance sexual harassment, तो committee तो होती है, but institutes are not necessarily interested in putting systems into place. किसी बड़े प्रोफेसर ने कुछ किया है उसके अगेंस्ट हम कैसे जा सकते? ये तो एक महिला, एक तो ये तो एक बेचारी गर्ल स्टूडेंट है.
2 minutes.
I'm on. Okay. तो उसमें प्रॉब्लम ये है कि gender harassment, there is no proper proactively tackling of problem of gender harassment, and these are essentially the problems. I think I will not go into it. So perpetrators, यही मैं कह रही थी कि harassment का I think I'll skip that. All of you know it. I'll go into challenges faced by entrepreneurs. And this is essentially, I will list out everything. And this is the thing. So first and foremost, mindset. अभी पहले भी इस सेमिनार में ये कहा गया है कि mindset का एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है. और स्पेशली जिन लोगों ने साइंस में एजुकेशन किया है ना, उनको बिजनेस के बारे में बहुत कम आता है. मतलब बिजनेस वो जानते ही नहीं है कि बिजनेस कैसे करना पड़ता है. और लड़कियां होती हैं कि उनको थोड़ा डर रहता है, तो वो कंफर्ट जोन से ब्रेक आउट ही करना चाहते हैं. वो अपना पूरा पैसा नहीं लगा सकते, चाहे बाय एंड लार्ज. आई मीन किरण मजूमदार शो इज एन एक्सेप्शन, बट बाय एंड लार्ज घर का सारा पैसा वो लगाते बिजनेस में. कुछ हो जाएगा तो क्या होगा. Most men are not so worried, and no sense of ethics. Am I making profits ethically or unethically? And they invariably go for small enterprises, starting slow, here I want to highlight, so DBT has, and also DST has PDP programs, has very special fundings and programs for women entrepreneurs, and I have listed some of them, which really have gone, which have done wonders to women entrepreneurs, and they have, both DST and DBT have had programs for the last 20-25 years. But in the last few years, these have made a lot of a lot of impact. I think at the end I said, BIDAC has supported over 250 women entrepreneurs, and 75 of these are highlighted in the 75th year of independence. So 75 women entrepreneurs kind publication, which is available online. I think you should just get it and you should just take a look. And the only thing is services versus product industry. अभी digitization के बारे में कोई बात कर रहे थे, तो many more women are comfortable providing service rather than products. अभी आपको product बनाना है, कोई monoclonal antibody बनाना है, कुछ recombinant technology करना है, वो ज़्यादा difficult है. And there are fewer agriculture and Ayurvedic women entrepreneurs. All these are changing, but this is certainly what the current status is. And this is my last slide. These are suggestions for upcoming entrepreneurs. You know, you should research about your field, be confident, be organized, be prepared to form a team, network with people, find a mentor, analyze your customers, stay updated always. Customer को क्या चाहिए, आज क्या, अभी 2 साल पहले क्या चाहिए था और आज क्या चाहिए बदल सकता है. And of course, be positive and change towards that kind of requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Shobhnaji. And still we have a minute or two. If you are having 1 or 2 questions, short questions, then you may answer your queries. Any question to Shobhnaji on this presentation?
Feel free. Questions are always questions.
So if there are no questions, you may interact whenever she is available. Thank you very much for your time.
For the next 2 days.
Yeah. Thank you. So our next speaker is Dr. Kiran Katoj. If you are requested, please come. Kiran ji ka biodata. Yeah. इसको थोड़ा उसको प्रेजेंटेशन मोड में कर दो भाई, फुल स्क्रीन करता हूँ. So Dr. Kiran Katoj, former director, National JLMA, Institute for Leprosy and Other Mycobacterial Disease, ICMR Agra, and you can read it. There are so many nice information available here. And in the inaugural session, you have mentioned that Professor Louis has mentioned that during the process of the COVID, Madam Katoj has done wonderful job to help those who suffered from COVID or to provide them facilities so that they will not suffer. With this, and we have gone through the biodata of Madam Katoj, please start your presentation.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you very much for everybody here. My seniors को भी उनका चरण वंदना, बाकी everybody को नमस्कार and greetings. I know it is a post-lunch session, तो आपको लग रहा होगा यार थोड़ा सा आराम कर लें, हम तो खाना खाया. Anyway, I hope I can wake you up and then give you some insights into what women have done in the health sector. See, before I start my lecture, this was on women empowerment and what they have done in the health sector. Basically, I'll be talking only of the health sector and not of any entrepreneurship or anything. But what I want to tell to you is what happened during all these years, during this century, earlier century. Whatever happened was women always took a back seat. We did recognize the women. हमने बिल्कुल उन्हें पहचाना कि हाँ किसी भी पॉपुलेशन में देखें तो आधे वुमेन होंगे, आधे मेन होंगे या आधे से थोड़े कम वुमेन होंगे, यही मान के चलते थे। ऐसे ही आइडेंटिफिकेशन था बस, उसके आगे कुछ नहीं था। फिर यही था वुमेन तुमको घर में रहो, बच्चे पालो, बच्चे को ब्रिंग अप करो, बुजुर्गों को देखो और हमारी सारी सुविधा का ध्यान रखो। This was what the work of women was there. But some of our scientists and some of our people उन्होंने सोचा कि नहीं सिर्फ ऐसे तो woman is a builder, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं। A man cannot build that well as a woman can build. वो तो नेचर ने आपको दिया है। We are propagated कि हम civilization को propagate करें, हम सब करें। We have this inbuilt capacity which a man doesn't have. So we must be proud of it. And these people thought कि we should bring out this quality so that we can improve at least our health sector. I'm not talking of any other thing. At least our health sector, because it is the mother, the sister, the grandmother who will see, or the wife who will see what is required by a sick person. तो health sector क्योंकि तब तो health was only for the sick people. It was not health and wellness. It was not this हम प्लेग से ऊपर जाए, हम कॉलरा से ऊपर जाए, हमारी लाइफ बच जाए. That was the thing. It was only during the late 19th century when people started thinking, during the 1990s when people started saying कि नहीं अब इतने साल हो गए and we have seen the role of women, so we should give them some more power. It was what it was actually envisaged. This I will not read this, but this is just what was envisaged, and some of our scientists from India who were working in India and who were in the health sector designing certain things, उन्होंने ये सोचा कि नहीं हमें कुछ इनके लिए करना चाहिए, क्योंकि यही सब रोगियों को भी और जो निरोगी हैं उनको निरोग रखने के लिए इनका कुछ एम्पावरमेंट चाहिए. So this was in the late 1990s जब डॉक्टर आंटिया एंड कंपनी इन्होंने सोचा कि नहीं we should have, तो इन्होंने पूना के पास में वुमेन एक्टिविस्ट का वो रखा कि वुमेन एक्टिविस्ट है तो वो खाना भी ठीक खिलाएगी, वो रोगी का भी ध्यान रखेगी, वो बुजुर्गों का भी ध्यान रखेगी ताकि वो निरोग रहे और वो बाकी अपने हस्बैंड अपने फैमिली सबका ध्यान रखेगी. That was the time when it was coined that it is a female woman activist. एंटरप्रेन्योर का किसी ने भी नाम नहीं लिया था और आज ही वो नाम ले रहे हैं जब हमारी साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी थोड़ी और ऊपर थी. उस समय इतनी ज्यादा नहीं थी. यही था कि हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस के लिए आपका वुमेन चाहिए. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. सो व्हाट वाज द, उनका यही लगा था कि हाँ ठीक है वुमेन चाहिए. सब लोग रिकॉग्नाइज करते थे कि यस वुमेन इवन इन द वर्ल्ड, तो WHO के और यूनिसेफ सब के आते थे. More than 70% of the workforce जो पूरे दुनिया में है, it is by women. But were they given credit? They were never given credit. तो बोलते थे नहीं 30% ही हैं जिनको वो करें. वो लेबरर्स अगर एक मैन है एक वुमन है तो मैन को ज्यादा मिलता था. ठीक है वो मस्कुलर है, वो शायद थोड़ा ज्यादा बोझ उठा सकेगा, पर क्यों इतना डिफरेंस होगा सैलरी में कि एक कारपेंटर को 200 दोगे और अगर वुमन उसकी हेल्पर है तो उसको 70 रुपए ही दोगे, या एक वुमन लेबर है तो उसको इतना कम दोगे कि उसका नहीं है. तो दिस डिस्क्रिपेंसी वाज देयर. सो उन्होंने ये सोचा कि वी शुड एजुकेट देम एंड वी शुड एम्पावर. उसको नहीं मालूम है, वो घर पे रही है. वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट भी इतना ही इम्पोर्टेंट है, तभी वो डिलीवर कर पाएंगे. सो दिस वाज व्हाट इट वाज लाइक कि देयर इज अ रोल फॉर वुमेन and we should increase the capacities of these women by empowering them. Next please. So this was a small study done. This is 2020-21 one study. This is again done by this thing. इसमें they took all straight up society. Men से भी पूछा गया what do you think there is discrimination against women? तो उन्होंने भी यही बोला. Women also said there is discrimination. Men also said. Among all religions, across all religions, everybody said yes, 23% there is a discrimination. Similarly, the high school education, more than high school, all straight up society said yes, women are discriminated and there is something inferior about it. The woman doesn't get the credit that she should. Next please. So this was just to show that However, because some of our very good people thought, yes, women should be there in the health programs. And without that, you cannot do it. And slowly this started coming up. This when they started demonstrating it, a woman can make a difference. A woman can do this thing. Then the government of India started, okay, we should have these women activists who will take care of these, who will at least deliver these health programs. So this was in 2002 onwards that they started enrolling these women to do some healthcare activities. But what are these programs that we are taking? The main problem with our country is we are nation within nations. We go from one district to another, the whole society changes, their way of thinking changes, their education status changes, everything changes across. And the social menu is such कि woman तो घर पे रहेगी और बाकी आदमी जाके कमा के लाएगा, वो थक के आएगा तो woman ही उसकी सेवा करेगी, चाहे वो सारा दिन रही हो, पशुओं का भी काम करती रही हो, बुजुर्गों का भी काम करती रही हो, बच्चों का भी करती रही हो, फिर भी वो उसका वो करेगी. This was what it was for. तो उन्होंने यही सोचा कि नहीं, इनके लिए तो ये चीज है, इसके लिए ये चाहिए कि ये जो हेल्थ है which should become a state. Was a national level. We should help the states to get this. So this was created, the National Health Mission. कि ये subject मानते, differences मानते, but the central power so that one thing. Then these health insurance schemes were there. It was there that they should reduce the out-of-pocket expenses which are there to meet requirements, which the national as well as the state government. Then, before all this thing is come, you need actually training and empowerment. And if you are going to make the woman the foundation for giving this health delivery, train and empower them because they were not there. And for that, there was support from the central government as well in creating this. Although it was a state subject, there was full support from the central government in creating this. And what will you empower? It was on diagnosis and treatment of some specific diseases of the local area. How to do it? First, what are the symptoms? How you will diagnose? They don't become a doctor. But at least they can find out what are the symptoms and signs which will take them to a doctor so that the whole population doesn't know. And also what can be prevented. So this was the main part of how to do this. And in some areas, yes, malaria, leprosy, TB, all this were a part. Then this was sort of the communicable diseases. The same was there for the non-communicable diseases, which were started to rise. Not what it is today, but they were starting to rise. Everybody was having some patient of diabetes, some patient of blindness, some patient of hypertension. So they said we should do this. Universal vaccination had become, people were not coming in for vaccinations. These health activists will come in and get the universal vaccination done. They will take care of the child health, the maternal health, as well as the reproductive health. Geriatric health also came in because our population was aging, and now if you see there is a big proportion of a population which is more than 60 years old. So geriatric health has also become important as compared, and mental health as well as those adolescent health. Adolescent health because there are hormonal changes, so there are many things which are happening and you need special attention for adolescents. Of course, family planning was there, our population was exploding, and so it was said we should restrict our family sites, they should also be. So these were some of the health programs which were designed, which the government thought was important, and which they said that when we make a health system, we should have all these important. Next, please. So this which is now known as the National Health Mission, it was divided. It was two that time. It was mainly National Rural Health System. The National Urban Health System came in only 2013. It was only the National Rural Health System where they thought it is the rural people who need more empowerment, You need more health activists there. So we will start with the national rural health mission. And what the NHM for the central government was doing, they were in all the state health schemes. They were supporting is augmenting its infrastructure, providing training to the human resources, emergency responses were there. Then mobile units carry the patient to the district hospitals and to tertiary care centers. Community participation was the main focus for the last 10 years, in which it was envisaged that we should not only be only of ashas and those who are health activists, others also, the NGOs which are in there, the panchayats which are there, they should be told about this so that more and more public comes forward and comes with their health problems and they are diagnosed, treated and prevented wherever possible. Then this was this Rogi, the Kalyan Seva Samitis came up in many places. And even Rajasthan has this Rogi Kalyan Samiti. Now, what has happened now is now even Ayush has entered that, especially in the Ayushman Bharat scheme, where even that was because based on a cultural thoughts and cultural activities, that we always thought that rather than taking medicines, it is better to take herbal medicines, traditional medicines, homeopathic medicines, Ayurvedic, because it is believed that they have lesser side effects. There are side effects in even Ayurvedic medicine, but this is believed. So Ayush also entered this thing. And now the focus was also shifted from 2030 on the urban poor. Because most of the people in the rural areas were migrating to the urban for economic better. So then it was shifted to the urban poor, and that is why the NUHM came into existence in 2030. Next, please. So, what are the major goals of this NHM? Is to reduce maternal mortality, infant mortality, decrease the fertility rate, prevention of anemia. This is one thing which was noted, and it was said that we should reduce there should be reduction in the anemia levels because otherwise we don't get the full health capacity to perform, and prevent and reduce communicable, non-communicable disease. Then emerging injuries which were the increasing road accidents and other stress, other in the mines or on the construction sites, the increasing injuries. And also we were trying to see some of the emerging diseases, and that is what we saw during the COVID epidemic. Next, please. So what is health and well-being? Now, more than 80, that is what the health systems, at least there are more than 80% of women in the health systems, which include all doctors, nurses, ANMs, ASHAs, Anganwadi workers, several NGOs, and even the local sarpanchs, which are also now reserved for women. Now, special emphasis is laid on health and well-being, and also for children, maternal health, and adolescents and elderly. This is what the focus has now shifted because of this wellness. Besides this, the state government as well as the central government saw that when we want to improve the health, we should provide some good cooking facilities. It should not be fully a smoking kitchen, or it should not be so. Gas should be given rather than fuel and wood cooking and all that. So that is being provided. Clean potable water both by the state and by the center. Build and construct separate toilets, because for women it was very difficult. If you went to school earlier, if you went during the early 2000s only, there also you found very little attendance of girl students, and especially who were teenagers. They would say, "हम कैसे जाएं school? We don't have a toilet. हम कैसे जाएंगे? तो 5 दिन 7 दिन तो school जाते ही नहीं." Because of this, so there was a special this thing to build and construct toilets, and that too mainly for the women. Then maintaining environmental hygiene, and this is what the Swachhata Abhiyan has done, and it has shown that we can contain diseases just by keeping a clean. Surat is a glowing example of this. Indore is a glowing example. कि वहाँ पर जितने communicable diseases they have come down just because by maintaining the cleanliness. Next, please. So what are these ashas, which Dr. Antia had proposed, which was taken up by the government, it was field tested and then taken up by the government. Now these ashas, they are accredited social health activists, and in India it's become 90% of the workforce. अगर आप एक workers को, what are they? How are they? How are they chosen? They are chosen from the village. Most of the villages, they are about 1,000 population. If less two villages are combined together, at least in 1,000 there should be a woman or a lady, or it is also called Asha Bahu, Sahyogini, Mitra. All this is called in different states. Maitri, all this is called in different, where she has the basic knowledge that she has done a school. Then you empower her. Empower her with the diseases which are common there, how to collect it, how to transmit it, and this is done by trained people and by registered people accordingly. Then she is given a certificate. Yes, you have been empowered on health statistics, on what are the signs and symptoms of the common communicable diseases of the area. Besides that, what she has to do is she has to also be involved in universal vaccination, reproductive health, adolescent health, geriatric health, and also tell them also what are the health schemes available in the government and how they can avail it. Because half the population, at least in the rural areas, don't know at all. If you go to a rural area, you'll find plenty of old women who have cataract or old men who have cataract, but they don't know that there is subsidy to get it operated. There is this thing, they can go to the Taluk hospital, get themselves operated, get glasses, and they have good vision. So this registered health trainers, they gave them training on all these things. On not only diseases but also on other diseases which are just listed. And in India, more than 90% of this workforce are Ashas and Ushas. Ushas, we call them urban, and Ashas, we rural areas. Next, please. So what training that is done? These are actually the doctors, the A&M, the nurses, and the lady administrator at the health system level. That is at the PNC and CNC. Also train them. This is statistics we want. This is what is there in communicable diseases. Which are the signs and symptoms of non-communicable diseases? If you see a patient, if you see a person who is having these, please report. Get them self-tested. Bring them to the PNC or CNC. Get them self-tested, and then, if required, they need some medication or something, you can give this. So this is done by these people. Then the next part is, so detecting these NCDs and for preventing. Same thing is required in school and unique है वहाँ बच्चों को मिड डे मील देती है, पर ये कोविड के टाइम पे सब मिड डे मील बंद हो गए, सबको एक राशन का एक वो पकड़ा दिया, वो ले जाओ, तो बच्चों को कहाँ मिला, वो तो राशन की दुकान में फिर बिक गया. So what we need is more empowerment, more training, more this thing of the empowerment of the society as well as these workers. Next please. एक और है इसमें. एक और है ठीक है. नहीं, I'm just saying कि ये चीज चाहिए, ये हमारी नींव है, नींव को this all and we were the first state in UP to implement MDT as well for and DOTS program in UP. Literacy and DB respectively. So all my students, thank you very much, madam, for that confidence in me and also in these ashas. इनको ट्रेन करके तो सिखाया, हम तो पूरा दिन नहीं रह सकते, उन्हीं को ट्रेन करके दवाई पूरी खाएं, सब कुछ पूरा करें, बच्चों को स्कूल में भेजें, उनके यूनिवर्सल वैक्सीनेशन हो, रिप्रोडक्टिव साइकिल सही हो, प्रीनेटल पोस्टनेटल केयर. तो आप सोचो उस आशा के पास कितना काम है और उसे क्या मिलता है, वो पूरे combining all the incentives, उसको 10,000 से 15,000 मिलता है. तो कैन शी डू इट? किसी को और भी कम मिलता है, स्पेशली इन डिफिकल्ट टू रीच एरियाज, वो नहीं कवर कर पाती सब. दिस इज माय रिक्वेस्ट कि प्लीज वो अपने नीड को देख लीजिए, दे आर ये हमारी नीड है हेल्थ सिस्टम के. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू किरण जी, आपने उषा और आशा की किरण दिखाई, उसके लिए बहुत अच्छा इंट्रोडक्शन था. Now the next speaker is Professor Purohit Sir, S.D. Purohit Sir. Please to the Bhairita Purohit Sir. But before that, Professor S.D. Purohit Sir served as Dean and Chairman, Faculty of Science, at Department of Botany and Course Director, Department of Biotechnology. He established the first department, very functional department of biotechnology at Mohanlal Sukhadiya University, Udaipur. Professor Purohit has worked on micropropagation of plants of medicinal, horticulture and forestry importance using in vitro methods. He has developed field-tested micropropagation protocols for more than a dozen plant species. He has also worked on molecular characterization of natural diversity among natural populations and floral field tissue culture derived plants of around Rajasthan using DNA synthetic methods. His area of research interest also included genetic transmission of plants using agrobacterium and biolistic manipulated gene transfer system. Professor Purohit is Chairman Board of Directors, International Phytoscience Consortium and International Phytocosmetic Society, Boston, USA. He is Senior Editor, Asia Pacific for International Journal of Phytochemistry and Natural Ingredients published from Boston, USA. But yesterday I came to know that he is doing a great job in cultivation of science and research among young generations. Thank you, Professor. Please begin your lecture.
Thank you, Chairman, and ladies and gentlemen, respected Dr. Manju Sharma and other senior scientists present over here. Basically, has been said about me that I have been working on different aspects of biotechnology of the plants of Aravallis. And because this particular seminar is focusing on women empowerment, and I try to connect my work related to the forest wealth that we have been working on. So my title is Harnessing the Potential of Forest Wealth for Economic Empowerment of Tribal Women in Aravallis in Rajasthan. If we look at the rural economy and the role of women, then we find that they are working as farmers, wage earners, and entrepreneurs. They are also responsible for well-being of the members of family, including food provision, care of children and elderly, and they are also the custodians of traditional knowledge supporting their livelihood, resilience, and culture. In spite of their crucial role in the economy, they face a lot of challenges, and these challenges have been widely discussed in the last few presentations. There is a gender-based discrimination, unequal access to education and healthcare, deprivation from property rights, and isolation from the financial and other economic services. As workers and entrepreneurs, the custodians of traditional knowledge, the rural women can play a pivotal role in natural resource management, agriculture, and forestry. Their traditional knowledge also drives innovation, resilience, and generating green job opportunities in the rural economy. So when we look at the economic empowerment of the tribal women, we know that there are minor forest produce available in the forest areas, and these forest produce can be collected by these women and can be processed and sold in the market to earn their livelihood. So there are about 3,000 plants in India providing a wide range of minor forest products: fodder, fibers, grasses, leaves, bark, fruits, exudates, bamboo, canes, tannins, dyes, oil seeds. But I am going to talk about three important categories: that the plants which provide medicine, the plants which provide gums and resins, and the plants which are responsible for providing perfumes and fragrances. The minor forest products not only play an important role in tribal economy, but also generate employment, particularly during non-agricultural seasons, drought, and other adverse environmental conditions. We see that Rajasthan is divided into two very distinct geographical areas. Where we are seated here, we have the Aravalli ranges, and the other part I have shown in the photograph, you can see the desert. And desert part has very scanty vegetation, whereas the Aravalli region where we are sitting, they have a very good forest flora. And we have approximately 32,293 square kilometers of the forest, which constitutes 9.43% of the total geographical area. The rich biodiversity of plant offers strong potential for economic sustenance, livelihood security for tribal people in this area. So forest wealth is the only economic support for them, as there is a very poor agriculture and animal husbandry activities because of the geographical type or the hilly terrains. Therefore, there is a strong need for improved forest wealth management and use of scientific approaches for economic development of the tribal women. So, intervention of science and technology can help in employment and income generation and creation of value-added products through processing, packaging, and organized marketing. So, if we look at the scientific interventions for the economic empowerment of the women, we have several options and opportunity for harnessing the forest wealth. We have to sensitize tribal people about the importance of sustainable exploitation of the minor forest produce, plant population survey, addressing conservation concerns using in situ and ex situ approaches, development of appropriate agrotechnology, micropropagation of economically important plants using tools of biotechnology, development of non-destructive harvesting technology, development of appropriate processing and preservation methods, research and development for value addition, development of suitable packaging materials and methods, and development of market chain and sale mechanism. So I'm going to talk about three important categories of the minor forest produce, which can help tribal women for their economic improvement. The herbs of phytocosmetic importance, as has been said, that I am associated with the International Society for Phytocosmetic Science, and we are trying to promote the use of herbs for the cosmetic purposes. So people are now shifting from chemical cosmetics to herbal cosmetics, and therefore our society based at Boston in America, we are basically promoting the use of herbs, and India is a major focus country because there are a lot of emphasis given by the present government that we must make use of the herbs for the cosmetic purposes rather than chemicals. Then we are focusing on medicinal and aromatic plants for the therapeutic importance, and there are several tree species, especially in this particular region of Aravallis, which can provide gum and resins, which we need to exploit judiciously. If we look at the importance and potential of herbs for cosmetic value, there is a shift from chemical-based personal care products to herbal and Ayurvedic alternatives. The Indian government initiatives, the Ministry of Ayush for the promotion of Ayurvedic and natural project have boosted the growth and acceptance of Ayurvedic personal care in the country. If we look at the data about the use and possible exploitation of herbs for the purpose of cosmetics, there is a market report where it says that Indian cosmetic market is expected to reach $4.7 billion by 2026, reflecting a compound annual growth of 95% from 2019 to 2026. The Confederation of Indian Industry reported that Ayurvedic beauty and wellness market in India grew by approximately 15% in 2020. The global herbal beauty product market size was estimated at $85 billion in 2022 and is expected to hit $130 billion by 2032. So we can see that there is a lot of possibility of exploitation of the herbs for the purpose of cosmetics. Here is the graph which represents the possible growth which has been projected. You can see from 2022 to 2032. This is how the possibility of the growth of the cosmetic market. Now the plants of phytocosmetic importance in this particular region, I have listed they are Emblica officinalis, Ocimum sanctum, Acacia concina, Aloe vera, Eclipta, Elba, Bacopa vulgaris, Celestis paniculatus, Arnica montana, Symbopogon martini, Rubia portifolia, Vetiveria, Vidania, Serpintus sentinella, Lawsonia, Terminalia, Bellarica, Terminalia, Cebula, Boswellia serrata, Belladinitis sagittaica. And there is a non-plant product, bee wax. This is a very common product here in the forest of Aravallis, which is of great use for cosmetic importance. Then we have gum and resin yielding plants in Aravallis. Boswellia serrata, which is called as frankincense of Loban, Comivora vitii, Enogenesis latifolia, Sterculia urens, Estrogenous gummifer, Acacia nilotica, Lania coromandelica, Butea monosperma, Acacia senegal, and Acacia leucophila. These are some of the tree species from which the tribal people are collecting gum for sale in the market. Then there are large number of medicinal aromatic plants in Aravallis: Boswellia, Comivora, Feronia, Chlorophytum, Celestus, Ebrus precatorius, Gloriosa, Vitex, Tribulus, Rubia, Plumbago zelenica, Vidania, Electris, Sentinella, Tenospora, Terminalia, Terminalia, 3 species, Catatroda, Bellanitis, and Eagle marmelos. So these are the forest wealth or the plants of great importance for phytocosmetics, for the purpose of the collection of gum and for the collection of medicinal plants of medicinal value. So here I try to give you a small example of the work that we carried out in our laboratory, where science and technology has helped in serving the purpose for multiplication and for conservation of some of those plants which have been overexploited in Aravallis. So here
I'm trying to emphasize the role of biotechnology in conservation and micropropagation, and I'll tell you about few success stories in our laboratory. And here I would like to acknowledge the financial help which was rendered by Department of Biotechnology under the leadership of Dr. Manju Sharma when she was Secretary, Department of Biotechnology. And I must tell you that for continuous 20 years, Department of Biotechnology supported my laboratory in the form of different research projects, because of which I could do a lot of research on biotechnology. So these are some of the plants which are in peril. For example, chlorophytum polyvillianum sapelcously belonging to Liliaceae, Boswellia serrata, which is a gum-yielding plant, Silastris penniculentus, a source of very important product of medicinal value, and Rhytia tinctoria is a plant of importance particularly for the wood. Here you see, this is the plant Chlorophytum polyvillianum growing in the natural vegetation, which can be identified in the field by a typical kind of flower. Chlorophytum polyvillianum is known as sapelcously. It's a rare medicinal plant which has been listed in the Rare Data Book of Indian Plants. The plant produces fasciculate tuberous roots which are reputed to have aphrodisiac, anti-stress and immunomodulatory properties. You can see that these are the fresh roots which have been collected from the field, and these are the dried roots which are used for the purpose of making different kind of medicines, and people also use them raw in most of the households in Rajasthan. Chlorophytum polyvillianum has been extensively investigated for the presence of different kind of active ingredients, and it has been shown that they really have the aphrodisiac property and used for vitality and vigor. The dried roots of sapelcously are currently sold in local market in the price range of $20 to 30 per kilogram. So you can see the value of the sapelcously which is available in the market, and the tribal people gather it from the market because roots are the source of income. So they completely uproot the plants and they sell it in the market. So we try to develop the protocol for micropropagation of sapelcously. So here you can see that we started with a small explant where we initiated the shoots. So there was a culture initiation stage, and then there was multiplication. You can see that the shoots are being multiplied in a small class, and all these cultures which are maintained here, they have the multiplying shoots in the stage second. Now these shoots were rooted. There was a 100% success rate in the rooting of the shoots which were multiplied in the laboratory, and you can see a beautiful rooting system, and these are the plants which have been brought out from the class rooted plants. These rooted plants were subjected to hardening and acclimatization. Again, we are thankful to Department of Biotechnology. A unit of hardening was established with Professor N.S. Shekhawat at Jodhpur University, where I had to go for hardening of the plants. So all these plants which I produced at Udaipur, we used to take those plants to Jodhpur in the hardening facility, and you can see that. You can see that all these plants, they are grown under a net side condition, and we prepared thousands and thousands of the primary tubers. Now these primary tubers were distributed to the farmers, and these farmers grew these tubers, and the secondary tubers were developed in their farms so that they could produce a lot of sapelcously and they can have a successful cultivation of this particular plant which they were collecting from the natural field. There was another important experiment that we did in our lab, and that was for conservation by slow growth. And for that purpose, we used encapsulation and regrowth experiments. And here you can see that the shoot buds were basically encapsulated
and they were kept in cold storage, because you see that Safed mostly crop is a crop of only 90 days. So remaining days we have to maintain cultures. So we thought that instead of multiplying shoot cultures, we can encapsulate the shoot buds, keep it in the refrigerator for some time, and have a regrowth in the next season. So you can see that this experiment was successful for up to 90 days, and we could produce the plants again after the regrowth. Then there is a very important plant named Boswellia serrata, which is responsible for production of frankincense or the loban. The gum is collected by tribal people, and they indiscriminately exploit the plant for the purpose of collection of the gum. So we also took up research on this particular plant because it contains gum, and there is a very important drug taken out from it, that is beta boswellic acid. And this beta boswellic acid is used for many diseases. For example, in particular in rheumatic arthritis. So it is widely used by different pharmaceutical companies. Particularly in foreign countries, you will find more such kind of medicines than in India. So we started working on micropropagation of Boswellia serrata. We started cultures taken from the seed explant. Here you can see in this particular panel, these are the droplets of the gum coming out of the stem. So we started working on this, and we established the cultures successfully. These are the multiplying shoots in the laboratory. They were successfully rooted. You can see the rooted plants. A large number of plants were rooted. Of course, the rooting percentage was not beyond 40% in Boswellia serrata. And then these plants were subjected to hardening and acclimatization. And you can see that a large number of plants which were put in the hardening facility, they came out and they were grown out in the field fences. Then we have another plant, Celestus paniculatus, known as Malkalani of Jyotismati. It is also a very important medicinal plant, and it is also facing threat. Different parts, mainly seeds, are used in remedy of rheumatism, gout, paralysis, leprosy, and it is also a brain tonic to promote intelligence and sharpen the memory. So it has so many phytoconstituents of great value, and this is also used for production of so many medicines. We started working on micropropagation of Celestus using enhanced axillary branching method. So you can see that we initiated cultures taking the explant from the mother plant. There was a huge production of the shoots per culture vessel. There was a good multiplication rate, and plants were successfully rooted. And you can see that these plants are undergoing hardening and acclimatization, and these plants were transferred into feed. Now there is another plant for which we worked on micropropagation of Rhytia victoria, again supported by DBT. It is an important plant species of Arabic. You know that Udaipur used to be a place where a lot of wooden toys were made, and for making of the toys, the Rhytia victoria and Rhytia tomentosa, there are two species of Rhytia. They were used for, because wood is good for turnery. But now if you go to market and if you ask for the toy made out of wood, you will find none. Because all these plants have been taken out, especially those plants which were superior plants, they were collected more. So we started working on micropropagation of Rhytia victoria. So you can see the importance that overexploited germplasm, and there is no vegetative method available. The plant is outbreeder, so you cannot have the two-to-type plants. So there was a need for application of plant tissue cultures. So we again started with establishment of culture. We could produce several shoots, and they were subjected to hardening and acclimatization in stage 4. And these plants, here you can see the general Vyasip hardening unit which was created by Department of Biotechnology, and in the background you can see these are our plants of Raikia and Victoria, Raikia tomentosa. The plants were taken out in the soil and they are being transported back to Udaipur, and we conducted several field trials in Udaipur for the success of this particular technology. So in conclusion, I want to say that forest people, which are totally dependent upon the natural wealth, they are indiscriminately exploiting the plants which are available for different purposes. Whether they are collecting gums, or they are collecting it for wood, or they are collecting it for medicine, or more recently, plants are being exploited for use in herbal cosmetics. So if we train them properly and if we tell them that these are the technologies which are available, which can help in conservation of germ plant and also for the multiplication of the superior germ plant using the plant tissue culture methods, it can be a great success. So micropropagation is a useful tool for replenishment of superior germ plant, not only which is overexploited but also threatened plant species of Arabilis. And we have used ex vitro conservation method for the sustainable utilization. So I hope that if we integrate science and technology tools for the improvement of the forest wealth, I think that we can indirectly or directly support our tribal women. Thank you so much for listening to that.
Thank you, Dr. Purohit.
In all these activities so far, you have some idea of what percentage of women are involved?
Actually, directly in our activity, no, but
all these which
they are collecting these plant materials from the field. For example, in most areas, sometimes it's cut the.
You can see 50% of the women are working.
I think Dr. Sama will tell you that how people collect gum from the forest.
माइक ले लो आप सतीश जी ये माइक ले लो माइक से सुप्रीम कोर्ट की डायरेक्शंस के अनुसार आजकल राजस्थान में ड्रम का जो हार्वेस्टिंग वो बैन है और बहुत सारी चीजें बहुत सारे एरिया तो सेंचुरी में आता है कि वहां से कोई एक्सट्रैक्शन नहीं हो सकता। तो इसमें क्या है कि जो ड्रम का निकलता है जैसे कि बॉस्वेलर सरेटा जो ड्रम निकालते हैं तो वो जिनका को निकालना है उससे कहीं ज्यादा उसमें कट्स लगाते हैं तो प्लांट डिहाइड्रेट हो जाता है और उसमें ओवर एक्सप्लोइटेशन की वजह से उस पौधे की अगले कुछ सालों से डेथ हो जाती है। यही हाल हुआ जो हमें थोड़ा आइडिया ही है वो भी खत्म हो गया डेटा में लेना पड़ा। तो इसकी वजह से आजकल गम को बिल्कुल सभी जगह पे डेथ कर रहा है। जो थोड़ा बहुत हो रहा है वो फॉरेस्ट के बाहर हो रहा है और चोरी से हो रहा है। अच्छा अभी जैसे बीच में एक बार स्ट्राइक हो गई लोगों को मौका मिला उन्होंने स्ट्रिक्टली यूरेन सबोसियल सरेटा को कैपिंग कर दिया। जैसे फॉरेस्ट को पता लगा कि इतने बड़े स्केल में कैसे रोके तो उन्होंने ये जो जलाभाव मोबिल ये लिया और सारे लोगों को ऊपर लगा दिया तो ताकि कोई भी उसको किस काम में लेगा उसको सारे को यूटिलाइज कर दिया। इसके बाद किसी ने उसको कोशिश ही नहीं की हम इसमें एक्सट्रैक्शन करें तो इसकी वजह से ये एक्सट्रैक्शन बंद पड़ा है। यहाँ तक कि लकड़ी का एक्सट्रैक्शन बंद कर दिया सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कोई लकड़ी क्योंकि आपको जब सब है सरप्लस है ही नहीं तो आप उसको एक्सेप्ट बैम्बू और तेंदू पत्ता एक्सट्रैक्शन बैन
रिप्लेनिश करने की जरूरत है। अगर वो जब तक उस लेवल पे नहीं जाएगा तब तक आप एक्सप्लॉइट नहीं।
Thank you, Satish ji. Dr. S.D. Purohit is well-known name in plant biotechnology, micropropagation, and successful stories. So thank you very much. Big hand to Dr. Purohit. And our next speaker is Professor Paramjit Khurana. Requesting Professor Paramjit Khurana, a well-known plant molecular biologist. She is there in the Department of Plant Molecular Biology, University of Delhi, South Campus. So, role of women in agricultural enterprises. This is the title of the presentation, and requesting Professor Paramjit Khurana ji to begin with her lecture. Thank you very much.
In sync with the theme of the conference, that is women entrepreneurship, development and others. So I titled